This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hello, what's good, friends, and happy Sunday. It's the Brawl Stars Championship presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's F-Dot, it's Trav, and it's Ark as per usual, and we're ready to lock it down for South America. Trav, how you doing today?
Oh, I mean, I'm always thrilled with South America. It's always one of those regions that it can go pretty much any way. So far this year, though, it's been pretty much going one way, and that is space stations.
Yeah, definitely got to see the black and gold make some steps forward. Ark, great to see you, buddy.
Great to be here again. I'll reiterate what Trav says. It's such an enjoyable region. Honestly, some of the best plays come from this region, and the meta is always kind of evolving along the way. Space Station now coming onto the scene, taking over from the former Calibrators roster. Big upsets as well. SK Kalalis, where were they this month? And many more that will evolve amongst the day for sure.
Well, the metagame changes, the teams change, the players change, but the format, that stays the same. If you need a refresher, here it goes. So, power match format, that means picks, bans, you know the deal. We got 8 teams showing up in a single elimination bracket. We're going to show you 2 of the quarterfinals. The other 2 will be on our sister stream. You can find that at event.brawlstars.com. Of course, we're going to do the semis, we're going to do the finals, we're going to do the thing. It's all best of 5 the whole way through. Quarters, semis, it's all BO5. This is the way South America looks right now. You heard Ark mention a couple of these squads. I want to shout out the little notifier we've got. So Trav said it's all going Space Station, and that's why they've got a little gold trophy. One team makes it to Worlds, and that is Space Station Gaming. As of right now, we got a couple more months of competition. We can see this shift around. That LCQ, the last chance qualifier, that's what the silver trophies are. At the moment, if it all ended, MiniPekkas and SK Kalalas would be going. But of course, it doesn't end here. We have a ton more Brawl to go. So keep an eye on that trophy so you know who's going to be able to make it to that next step of the broadcast, the big show, and the big prize. That's what we're looking at for sure. SK has been very dominant, but today they will face off against Olimpo squad, and that is the team that we're going to see first and foremost. Ark, We've got 4 quarterfinals here in front of us. We'll be broadcasting 2. What are you thinking about? Which one draws your eyes?
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see if MiniPekkas today take on Europa's do picks. I mean, that match for me could be quite exciting. I think the toughest one for my predictions really was UdP versus MiniPekkas down the bottom as the final match in the quarterfinal stages. I mean, one thing's for sure, in terms of the leaderboards, you know, it's going to definitely shift around. MiniPekkas have got a great opportunity to really rise above SK Kalelis now, who are not in the bracket today. They did not qualify for the monthly finals. They were knocked out in round 12 by MiniPekkas themselves. So they've really got an opportunity down in that 4th matchup to take their own destiny into their own hands.
That's the huge headline for sure, and I gotta agree with that. We've got Queso and Balinas, and then we've got MiniPekkas versus Orubos, but it's Reese de Pla and MiniPekkas that are really grabbing my attention. Trav, we were talking about this earlier. I mean, these 2 teams are pretty evenly matched up.
Yeah, I mean, that quarterfinal number 4 is really, really close. And, you know, I couldn't really decide each way. I kind of had to just not look, press 1 and hope for the best through those predictions at event.brawlstars.com. So I'm hoping it goes my way.
We'll see. Yesterday, if you guys watched the broadcast that we did for EMEA, if you missed it, we all got 100% of our predictions right. If you didn't, you're not allowed to talk in chat. But you guys can get 100% of your predictions right as well. Event.brawlstars.com. It's more than just predictions and prizes, though. This is where you're going to be putting your vote forward for the MVP. This is where you're going to be able to catch a lot of the action. Our B stream is on there as well to catch some of the other games. So, I mean, you just got to be there. One more time, event.brawlstars.com. I lied. I'm going to say that a lot more times, but that's the last time I'll say it right here. So all the action right in front of us. This is how the commentators are feeling. You can see it. We're kind of even across the board, but then once we get to that last quarter final, it gets really, really tight. Me and Trav already talked about it. We went RDP, but Ark, talk to me a little bit about MiniPekkas.
It's definitely the toughest prediction in those quarterfinal stages for sure for me. I mean, just the fact that MiniPekkas beat SK Kalelis to qualify, I think makes a bit of a statement. I think that means they're kind of on the rise. And when you look at their bracket run in previous months, they always lost to Calibrated FA, now of course Space Station Gaming, in those quarterfinal stages. That was always the thorn in their side. We've never really seen them explore the brackets outside of the team that have won each monthly final to date. So I'm looking to see today whether they can really kind of meet my expectations and give us some upsets along the way, get to those semi-finals, and maybe even beyond that.
Yeah, these are the fun matchups. Usually, you know, you pick the wrong prediction. We all make fun of each other. This quarterfinal 4, I think, is I'm not sure if it's a coin flip. Like you said, there's a lot of history here, and some of that positive history a little bit more on the side of MiniPekkas. But as of late to recently, this seems a little closer to 50-50 than it has been in the past. So I'm still going to make fun of you if you're wrong, Ark, but we'll have a conversation there for sure. I mean, it's all this. That's how you got to have some fun. So this is how we're going to have some fun here. Olimpo squad versus the new SSG. Some of the stronger names in the entire region, if you ask me. These guys have been playing forever. Kyle Dog is a legend. Firecrow and Adinho, they're also legends. Trav, we have seen this team bring home the W a heck of a lot. Looks like they're all playing from Cow Dog's room today. Should bode well for them.
Yeah, I really should. I mean, Kyodog has been, you know, he's been giving us some great player cams all season long, so I'm intrigued to see if all 3 of them are going to be taking his kind of route and giving us some really good player cams throughout today as well. Don't doubt that Space Station are going to be able to get quite far through the monthly final of May, but we'll see if they're able to get through Olimpo squad. Olimpo squad, they are a very, very solid team. I don't want to kind of rule them out at all. Meliodas, Portox, Exic, we've seen these names time and time again throughout the South American monthly finals over the years. They've got a tough opponent, but I think they might be able to make something happen.
I agree with you here. I think this is a team that you can't write off whatsoever. Also, we see a couple of players here together on cam, and this has been, like, I'm not surprised when I see some of the more established org-represented teams get together, and I do think it is a large advantage, Ark. But even seeing some of the other squads, all of the teams seem to be trying to get a little bit more centralized and play in person, which, again, I'll reiterate, I think is a big deal.
Yeah, it absolutely helps a great deal in terms of communication, in terms of team morale as well. I think that for Olimpo Squad, it's definitely a tough matchup. There's no denying that. Space Station Gaming are storming ahead at the moment. They are the team to beat in this region, the #1, in my opinion. I mean, but, in terms of their results prior to this, they didn't qualify in March monthly finals. That was a pretty big deal. They bounced back in April, but they still couldn't make the semi-finals. They've really struggled against UdP in particular, actually, in April in those monthly finals, and also in round 6 in the qualifying stages for this one. They beat Blue Lock to qualify in round 12 this time around, but I mean, it's definitely a really tough ask. There's no denying that. I mean, no one has really been able to topple Space Station Gaming yet, and for what is, in my opinion, the biggest underdog in this matchup, it's going to take a lot.
I definitely agree with that one. Once we get into the game itself, I think we'll have a little bit more insight, but big high level. I think that Space Station, Kyle Dog tends to be a little bit of the focal point, but it's not so simple as just like take them down and then it's over, Trav. I think that all three of these players kind of bring something to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station really, they're so diverse, and we were talking about it yesterday through MEA. There's certain teams that just have the star player who does a lot of work, but there's certain teams who have all three players who can make those plays, and they can all play together as well, and they're the teams that do the best. We're starting things off in center stage in Brawl Ball.
Well, great call there. Trav will catch up with you in a little bit. Ark and I will take the mic for now. Center stage Brawl Ball is where we're going. Thank you so much. I'm just repeating what Trav said. What can I say? Forever going to follow in that man's footsteps. 84% feel in the way of SSG. I mean, got to agree with them there. Ark, I think this is definitely a strong team for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that is, I don't necessarily think unfair as a overall prediction result. I'd like to consider maybe more skewed towards sort of 80-20, but I mean, this is the #1 team in this region. They have been just so dominant this year and haven't showed many signs of slowing in all regards. I mean, when you look at last month, maybe in the grand finals versus FE MiniPekkas, that 3-2 scoreline was really one of the closest that we've seen, in terms of kind of getting ahead of Space Station Gaming. But now with the might of the organization behind them as well, support comes along with that too, and we can't deny that. So going into center stage now, the bans are in, the M's, the Jesse, and the Surge for Space Station Gaming. We've seen Surge literally surge in terms of bans this month, so no surprises there, as I'm sure many in the chat might be discussing that one in particular. Byron, Rosa, and Stu banned out by Olimpo Squad in the first draft of Sandy. I mean, Sandy is so strong in the current meta. Of course, the Hypercharge really has elevated that for the brawler. Angelo as well, left open here. It might be a bit of a tough one to make work, actually, a lot of push on this map, but nonetheless, I mean, it's still incredibly strong currently.
That's really what it, like, Angelo is. It's funny because I don't think he's overpowered. Like, I don't think he like breaks anything here, but at the end of the day, I feel like Angelo is a sharpshooter that we see slightly outside of sharpshooter only land, because the damage potential is just so reliably high. And so you team that up with Anita, who is also very valued on this map. The Bear, since a couple of months ago, has been changed. It's just such a powerful, it's a fourth brawler half the time. It's so tanky, and of course the Hypercharge is going to make it really strong. So I like what this selection comes out here. A little bit oddball with the Angelo, I see what you're saying, but at the end of the day, I think he just does that much damage that it's okay to pick the Mosquito Man.
I agree, but ultimately Max now coming into the equation is going to make it ever more difficult to land those shots and really pack the punch that's necessary. And, Angela can be very punishing. If you're missing one, you're having to wait a long time to recharge it back up to really kind of have that additional damage output. And Rico now coming into the equation, and that is, I mean, a solid stat. 75% of players will be banning that particular brawler and escape through the ban. I mean, mainly because the vision gear is so strong with it. I mean, just one little projectile that connects is going to be able to give you a lot more, visibility, a lot more information over time. I mean, Melody as well has escaped through the ban here. Is that going to be on the minds of the Olimpo Squad? Is Rico's pretty squishy. If you get up in his face and are able to really kind of land a lot of those shots onto it, maybe go with Buster instead, though. I mean, Melody's best mode is Brawl Ball, so I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised by that pick, if I'm honest.
I also agree. I was fully expecting Melody or any other character that can get up close and personal. Max obviously abuses long-range characters. Rico suffers when you jump on top of him. To that, I even like, the weird worlds of anybody that can get up close and personal. Melody is the first one that comes to mind for sure. But I think a lot of other characters could have fit in here. Instead, we see Olimpo Squad go the other direction, where they're looking to provide more of that frontline shielding to allow their player to walk up the map. Nita is going to be bringing that for the blue team here, Space Station Gaming. That's going to be the thought process, or excuse me, for Olimpo Squad as well. So should be an interesting look, as Olimpo Squad are the ones to start off the game with a bunch of kills. But Kyle Dog is going to prevent anybody from walking forward. A death there, but it's staggered, and so defense should respawn and should be enough to stop Olimpo Squad from scoring off of this.
Yeah, in a aggressive position now. SSG doing the best to defend it, healing up accordingly. Firecrow pinning, not too happy about this situation. I can understand why. Now Portal has the super as well. Bruce Bear coming in now. It's just Adina in a 3 versus 1 with the ball still in the pocket. Can he get the pass through? It should be there, and a straightforward goal. A very interesting start for Olimpo Squad when you consider things.
Yeah, I mean, Olimpo Squad getting first on the board. We've just talked Space Station Gaming up so much, and I think starting things off with esports commentators, we're always sitting here talking about momentum, but I think that first hit is really important as well, and the second hit's going to be important. Game 1 going to Olimpo Squad, dare I say, easily.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming were a bit all over the place, to be completely honest. Just kind of maybe getting themselves still warmed up, no pun intended, because the Olympus Squad are wearing gloves, clearly quite cold, and wearing sort of thick jackets. But I mean, you'd expect Space Station Gaming to really kind of jump to the plate here, and they haven't been able to do that just yet and get themselves sorted and set up here. They have to be rethinking things and some adaptations along the way, realistically here, because they do not want to be dropping an early set to Olympus Squad.
One game, a match does not make. And so Kyle Dog gonna team up with Adino to find a kill, and Firecrow walks it up, finds the goal, and all right, a much different game this time around. A very short amount of time before Space Station finds themselves on the board, looking to turn this one.
Well, big connections there from the right-hand side from Dino, really landing the mark on that Rico pick. And now finding Exic as well, but Exic bites back with a huge arrow there, which sees his demise. Firecrow in the middle, just holding fort as Kylo trying to get that takedown of Exic, trying to eradicate him from the mix. Portok's low as well. Good control here from the center here by Firecrow and Kylo. Now support coming back in from Medina. Hypercharge in from Firecrow. Speed from Kylo as well, and everyone goes down. Space Station Gaming bites back and hard in 1 minute, 2 goals on it. We're now all tied up.
What great vision there from Space Station Gaming. They really saw the floor and how it was working. They got that first kill, but Max was on the right lane, kind of ticking down the other 2 players. We see it all the time. Staggered deaths is a big deal in Brawl Ball. You kill one guy and it doesn't really matter. You kind of gotta find another second player. As soon as the player fell down, that wasn't the go button. The go button was when they brought the other 2 down to 10%, and then they surged forward. Kyle Dog here by himself, but everybody's in his dust, and he's surging forward. Another short-term game, or goal rather. First goal done in just 20 seconds.
Amazing stuff, and this is what I expected to see in the first game, to be completely honest. But now SSG on the defensive lines, and many, oh my word, gets taken down. Kyle survives through though, low HP, but it's just be able to walk this through with a phase shifter along the way, and as quickly as that, Space Station Gaming have turned it completely around and just taken away any hope in that set for Olympus Squad.
All right, listen, I say this when I climb the ladder. First game of the day blues, you know? Like, you just shake it off, no big deal. That's not the real team. Sometimes it's a little bit of cope. That time, I think that was real. We saw a completely different squad in game 2 and 3 than we did in the first one for sure. So credit to Olimpo for starting things off hot, which I think does matter. But you know what else matters, Ark? The W. And that goes to Space Station.
I mean, this is what separates teams that have just got that much experience. It's being able to keep a cool head under pressure. You know, you drop a first game, the set's potentially in jeopardy, and you make these adaptations and explode to the table like SSG just did there. I mean, it's honestly impeccable work by them, and they wanted to make a statement. They absolutely did, and they've survived. They've been able to just rekindle that set, and I mean, they've made a statement in the process.
Yeah, and again, you know, these games are, this is not a single game set. These games are able to be used as a resource. You know, you can take a look at how your opponents are going to be able to play and make some moves around that. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you win the set 2-0 or 2-1. just matters if you win. And that's what Space Station Gaming does here today. Numbers are honestly kind of even here when we look at DPS, and Melio actually winds up with 6 kills. Nice plays on the Buster, but the thing is, every single one of these kills, Arc, basically every single one of these kills for Space Station Gaming wound up with an objective, wound up leading to a goal. They didn't waste any time, they didn't waste any ammo, they just got it done.
And it was a lightning fast set when you think about it, really. I'm sure the majority of these stats came from that very first game as well. And, you know, I mean, for that many takedowns, I think it's quite impressive. But, I mean, Space Station Gaming are really picking up some pace here. I just hope that there's a little bit of downtime as we go into the next draft. It's going to sort of cater a little bit towards Olympus squad because they had some nice ideas going in that early outset. Just were not able to maintain it and just very quickly got overwhelmed by what Space Station Gaming brought to the table. Again, that max pick, I think, was a very smart one. It's very difficult in the current meta to do much about it when the speed's coming with the hypercharge as well. It really puts you on the back lines quickly and forces you into a defensive spot. And that's where Olympus squad's going to have to rethink things through just a little bit in terms of how they approach things, because it's such an aggressive team to face off against, really. And as great as they started, you know, they didn't finish in that same manner. And that's got to be different in this next set.
Well, we're going to see a different look from Olimpo squad in this next set. We're going to jump into Heist, and Nico is going to jump into the server. Portox is going to go ahead and step aside. Nico's the one with the long hair on the camera, actually, and so that'll help out. I guess things were getting set up, but either way, the Olimpo squad lineup is going to be Exic, Melio, and Nico here this time around. So it might be a nicer look for them as they make some adjustments backside. So Heist is going to be the new location. Very different gameplay from Brawl Ball. Different meta, different brawlers, different lineup, as I said, for Olimpo. And so coming into Hot Potato, we'll see how it goes. I do so like the summertime spot. Bad randoms. You know, that's one of the few Brawl t-shirts I have, and I rock it all the time.
I was rocking it just yesterday. I love it. I love it. I mean, give me a guitar, anything with a guitar, and I'm happy. Way of Drake on that front as well. Absolutely my favorite brawler new coming into the game soon. I mean, you know, you got to remember as well, Nika's got some great synergy with Portox, you know, going back to sort of their blue label times. 2023 as well, qualified in the August monthly final, lost in the grand finals to Shield Game. It made the grand finals nonetheless. So having that little bit of a shift around may help Olympus squad when they are falling a little bit behind here. Some broader ban stats as well. Some, you know, Melody at the top, no surprise there on 70% of a ban. Needs a first pick by Olympus squad, and Melody is banned out as well by Space Station Gaming alongside the Rico and the Angelo. Bar Colette and Ruffs there for Olympus squad. I like the Colette ban, often overlooked, but Chuck is really staring me in the face, but it's South America, right? Of course, Crow's gonna come out prior to it. Every single time we see Heist, they favor this brawler so much. The hypercharge is devastating when on the safe. That's why the Crow is so you know, highly reserved in this region. But I think that Chuck really does bring things to a bit of a base race scenario that can't be ignored here. Brock is a very safe brawler for Space Station Gaming as well, just trying to get that early control and break open some of the map. Now there's the Chuck.
There's Chuck.
Squad. This is nice. I like this.
Yeah. I mean, Chuck, I feel like is, if it's not banned out, you're always waiting to see who picks it. Chuck is a Heist specialist. I am sure that Brawl players more educated than I will tell me when, but I just can't envision a world where I don't want Chuck on my team playing Heist. Like, his ability to just hit that, you change the strategy on the map as to how you're always going to look for that base race. So these selections by Space Station Gaming, the fact that they forewent the Chuck selection and then they went in their own direction with the Crow and the Brock. These are brawlers that bring a ton of damage to the Heist save for sure, Arc, but it tells me that I know you're gonna pick Chuck, so we're gonna work around it. Buzz can also make his way up the map with some of those changes that we've seen a couple of months ago. So Space Station Gaming, if you ask me, they didn't forget to pick Chuck. I think they chose to give Chuck to the Olimpo squad, and I think that they have an idea of how to deal.
Certainly, you know, in this region, they make the Crow pick work more often than not in Heist. And I feel like Olympus squad have got to be very cautious to leave that particular brawler in an offensive position on their safe. Going with the BB, I don't mind it. I was expecting to maybe see some wall break potential additional to that Brock on the side of SSG. Going with the Buzz, I don't necessarily mind it. Let's see, though, because the Chuck will take some time to get set up. Dog is not waiting around for anyone. Double kill to kick things off. Firecrow as well is going to land a ton of incendiary damage onto the safe, and it's trickling down now to below 60%. We've barely got started.
Unfortunate for Olimpo squad. You just can't be positioned like that against a character like Buzz. Those melee cone attacks can hit 2 players at once for the price of 1. You burn through the ammo, you burn through 2 players. Olimpo squad can't be holding hands like that, and as a result of that opening double kill, Space Station Gaming have taken 2/3 of Olimpo's Heist box down.
Great back and forth now, though. Adino has got the hypercharge, but so has Dog as well on the side of SSG. Exit now trying to make some plays through the center, things, get some things set up. But Dog there, bit of a blunder, going to go down for it as well. 29% remaining as now Exit on the safe, trying to get that differential back in the favor of Olympus squad. Going to choose to heal now. Portok's trying to get a bear on the other side of things, and Dog can see it, comes in straight away, clears up house, and SSG going to be shorting on the safe. But these misses from Dog, they are starting to stack. And meanwhile, Firecrow landing some good shots on the safe, down to 7%. It's not over yet.
Trouble on the bottom side, and here comes the bear. The bear's going to do a ton of damage to the Heist safe. And with Dog falling down, that's a problem. Smart by Space Station to play defense against the bear. 7% remaining for both boxes, now brought down to 5, but it's a team wipe. Space Station Game has cleared the floor, and they've cleared... They haven't! 1% remains! Arc, Olimpo squad are still... Never mind! There's the last percent! And we see Space Station, yeah, I'm feeling that one too, homie. Space Station Gaming get it, but just barely.
I mean, absolutely beautiful body blocking towards the end of that one. I think that actually Olympus squad deserved to win the game just because that play led to something else would have been unreal. I mean, SSG there really were saved by that rocket rain of Firecrow. They really, really were. Let's see this time around though, because there were a lot of mistakes and they left the door wide open for Olympus squad to realistically get a game here. If not, maybe even a set to follow. Let's see how they respond. If they're not really getting much damage on the safe with that crow pick, and the hypercharge really needs to provide them a bit more value this time round.
Well, Olimpo squad made the right adjustment. They didn't group up in the beginning. Dog doesn't get an easy cheesy double kill, so things very different this time around. That said, SSG still do have a little bit of a lead here. And I think the biggest thing for Olimpo squad was Chuck takes a second or two to start getting online. He's got to drop down those stop placements essentially, and Space Station stopped that from happening early on. This time around, much different story. Chuck's going to work, but so is Space Station up top. A ton of damage was dealt in like 1 second. They dealt like 30% in one shot there.
That's why the crow is so devastating. That's why this region value it so highly and chose to leave that Chuck pick open for Olympus squad to really take, and not really able to make it work. The aggressiveness of this squad really does say quite a lot, but that crow pick, it can really go for or against you. You know, it can really provide very little, or when you've got the hypercharge, when you connect with the safe, it can just be a big GG, and that's what happened in that game. I mean, despite, you know, looking at the comps, I mean, Olympus squad didn't have a bad draft there, in my opinion. I was kind of surprised as well that SSG were not really going to focus on trying to counter the Chuck pick. They didn't seem kind of scared or daunted by it. That to me speaks volumes in terms of their kind of preparation process and how they drafting with that brawler in mind, because you do have to really plan with Chuck in mind. If you're not going to value it, if you're not going to ban it, if you're not going to pick it, you've got to have an answer. Not really that answer is like a Cordelis or something heavy. They just kind of went with the buzz and just thought, well, this is a very similar technique, right? Just kind of going on the aggressive and going for that base race approach. And they just kind of thought that same idea with themselves, going with that buzz pick, which worked out. Dog in that second game definitely had a better run of things. A couple of misses in the first, but he made good on things in the end.
I loved this approach from Space Station. I think that they, not only did I like what they did in the draft, as I kind of alluded to, they intentionally gave up Chuck and then wound up finding themselves with a lot of these high damage but very quick burst characters. And then the second thing, so they did it they did it in the draft phase, but they also did it on the field here, Arc, where, all right, if Chuck's gonna go do his thing and hit the safe and do his thing, we don't have to go for that every single time. But What we do have to go to is when the bear comes out. And did you see how little thought, how quickly all 3 players from Space Station abandoned all ideas and went directly for the Nita Bear? They had this, they understood what was supposed to happen here. There wasn't any waffling about decision making. They got it done. They knew how to react to every single situation the Olimpo squad presented, and they brought it home. That preparation, we got to see it right on the screen.
Yeah, Kaidog had a phenomenal game, really. 439 DPS, 10 kills. That's more than both his teammates combined and almost the entirety of their opposition just on that one man. I mean, you know, mistakes aside, you know, when you got stats that are that dominating, you can afford a couple of missed pulls here and there. And, you know, that's what kind of comes back around in the end, is clearing up house for your team, allowing them to come through and have their utility land that damage on the safe. So, you know, there's definitely some misses, but I mean, that's what counts, is making good upon them. And you can see Space Station Gaming having a lot of laughs, having a lot of charisma on the way. They're in good spirits, and, you know, their gameplay is matching currently.
It certainly is. Looking good, feeling good. Another roster swap up here coming for Olimpo squad, though. We're going to see Portox step out and Meliodas is going to step in. So now we have, I think this is the assumedly ideal roster here for Olimpo. Exik, Melio, and Nico. Last time around we saw Portox in and Melio out. Now we have Exik, Melio, and Nico, which I think is their desired, their quote-unquote starters, if you will. I think Portox is the 4th player. I'm not sure if they're a true 4-player roster. We saw Stamina do that once in North America, where they would swap OG in or out depending on the scenario and the strategy. I'm not sure if Olimpo squad prefers a certain roster of 3 or if they're doing the same thing. I will be honest with you, Ark. If they're a 4-player team, I love it, but got to address the kit. This is a character that we haven't seen much of, but the way Kit works fundamentally changes the way Knockout works. She can become untargetable, and that's a huge deal for me.
I can combine with so much. Melody's still wide open here, and, you know, combining Kit with Melody or Miko, it's just such a tough thing to deal with. You kind of have to, really. Yeah. And even with Melody, you know, it's definitely going to be a good brawler to have, but, you know, it doesn't have the biggest of damage outputs. It's going to be able to evade a lot, but Space Station Gaming now, you know, won't have the Melody to combine it with, but there's plenty of other options which they can. Buster going to come in for them, and, I mean, on a map mode like Knockout, the Buster can do quite a lot if you're left to just kind of be able to, you know, over time give him a free super when all your teammates are combining with him. Like, it's going to be tough. Ruff's now coming in as well for SSG to just give a bit of a boost along the way as well. More damage output. You've got to really shut this comp down quite early on. You've been quite aggressive in the early stages of Knockout, because if you let this fester, it's going to really come back to bite. Brock coming in now for Olympus squad to finalize their comp. And honestly, the way the SSG are playing with this kind of comp, I think they tie it up here, really. I mean, I think this could be the nail in the coffin. The Olympus squad are going to have to be very cautious how they tread in this game.
I got to agree with that one. Kit's a lot of fun because of the way she combines with other brawlers. Kind of, you know, you got to open up a new chapter in your notebook, essentially. But this is what we expect to see: Kit squatting up with a tank. But this is what I'm saying. So the goal of Knockout is to kill all 3 players, but you can't hit Firecrow. All you can do is hit the 12k HP Buster. And here, Kit's gonna walk out after Melio falls down. And so we have a 2-on-2 though, as we see the Ruffs fall as well.
This is exactly really what Olympus squad had to do. They had to just really drop their guard down in terms of their passiveness, just go super on the aggressive. And now got SSG exactly where they want them. A huge rocket rain, but actually SSG are surviving forwards. And you go, of course, the kit will be feeding into the montage as well for Kaidog to be able to utilize there. Once up to Exik, he's going to fall down here. They might be able to do this as well, and they will. What a turnaround for SSG!
Just absolutely insane. That is the entire soliloquy that I had, that I was talking about Kit. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. You can't kill Kit. They even made a mistake in that situation and they got away with it. Kaidog, though, cut really low. This could be a problem if they keep walking out in no man's land. Great sandbags coming out from Adinho to prevent some of that. Allow Kaidog to heal back up. Montage comes out, and everybody full HP. Firecrow low again, popped off though. Looking to see their next move. Olimpo squad being aggressive. Ark, you mentioned it. This is the way in.
It really is, but I mean, I love the field promotion. I love the strategy behind this comp. There's so much healing from the kit as well, and all the time around, they're hunkering together, getting the value from that field promotion, providing the montage for Kaya Dog. It's just already working harmoniously well together. But then Nico comes in and gets the kill for it. It's a 3 versus 2, but we've seen that she survived these. Eternio is so low here, 407, and the shot's not quite landing the mark. Now they finally tie it up, and it can't be a 3 versus 1 in favor of Kaya Dog. He's going to surely go to the gas and think better of it. We're all tied up now in terms of the rounds. This is a huge opportunity here for Olimpo squad.
That was big. Not only does the round win matter, but I think the strategy reveal matter. Look how differently Olimpo squad is positioning after that victory. They realize that the way in is just by kicking the door down and walking in. This Olimpo squad succeeds by being hyper aggressive in this matchup, and that's what they're looking to do.
Oh,
big
that's
pull.
a massive overcharge. The hands connect there as well. But SSG come back and fight so quickly, eradicates the Olimpo squad off the face of the map.
I'm gonna complain about this forever, Ark. Hypercharged gene pull just lost you the game. All right, next. Like, the idea behind the gene pull is to isolate an individual. If you pull everybody, you're just gonna get punched in the mouth by everybody. So Olimpo squad nail the gene pull, but then they're the ones that get nailed to the floor by strong DPS at a space station. Just rough, as the Colonel would say.
Absolutely. So hyper hands, you know, it can be devastating, but it can also be the downfall of everything that follows, and that's what happened there. Meliodas going to have to be a bit more careful when it comes to that hypercharge. I'm sure in the future we'll see a little bit of a change to it. It has been quite a troublesome thing in the pro scene, as its introduction has lent more so to kind of catastrophic scenarios than actually kind of big ones that favor the team. The right hand side, they're going in now. It's 3 versus 2. Olimpo squad are starting to fall. Nico's surviving on, but now will go down. A 3 versus 1. Meliodas now really going to struggle. There's not a chance he can do anything about this. Maybe try and get a hypercharge along the way and feed himself forwards, but he's got the magic hand for the next round, but things are starting to dwindle for Olimpo squad.
See you later. Round 1, space station. Love to see the esports pins being dropped. Support your esports squads. Montage comes out. Your space station are stuck in the middle with no cover against this long-range team. Melody from the left side actually is going to take down Colonel Ruffs to make it on a 3-on-2. Great flank coming out from the double dasher. Meliodas and Nico stuck on the left, but Cowdog and Firecrow looking up top. They take down 1. They can't take down 2. It's Melody again coming through and bringing that dash DPS.
It's a really tough matchup. You know, there's so much healing from the kit. The Melody can dance around things and try to go in and get some damage dealt, but you know, she won't necessarily come out as well because the bus can just bring her in, and it's a tough matchup. It really is for Olimpo squad, but they're going to still try for it. They're still in this match. Nika going in, goes in hard as well.
Nice.
Gets 1, gets 2, and that's a huge outcome for Olimpo squad. They actually get the game from that.
Fantastic play. Again, Olimpo squad have identified what they need to do to beat this comp. When we saw Space Station Gaming win that first game, it looked like, well, how do I kill this cat? I can't even hit Kit. Buster has 12,000 health points. How am I supposed to get this done? And then they find that round win by being dummy aggressive. They just hold forward. They just hit all of their buttons. And then they get the round win, and since then we have seen this. They immediately break open the wall where the guys are hiding, and then they just walk forward. It's lost them a couple of rounds, but it's won them an entire game, and that's what matters.
Well, already, Athena getting a supply drop over to Kaya Dog, and that's a very early one at that, and they're pushing forwards then with the montage again. Rocket Fuel not going to connect there either on the side of Olimpo squad. Just now Kit will attach the Kaya Dog. Trying to get some damage dealt here. Exit immediately falls there to the slow-mo replay. Nika goes in as well, but he goes down just as quickly, and it's just Meliodas yet again in a 1 versus 3. There's just simply no way he's going to be able to come out of alive.
Just fantastic. I've said fantastic probably 50 times this contest. I think Space Station Gaming are playing their composition really, really well. I've seen some issues. But Olimpo squad are responding really, really well. And it's just whoever is getting the A. Both teams are playing at an A. It's whoever winds up with the A+ in these rounds. Oh no, Nico isolates himself. Could be a problem. Or is it a top-bottom pinch? Kyle Dog and Firecrow are distracted up top, and Ruffs does fall. So it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, but look at Kaya Dog, 11,000 HP as a result of that build promotion, and with the kit on top, the healing is just astronomical. A missed pull from Meliodas as well. It's going to be disastrous here. Not much to really do about things. The slow-mo replay gadget, it's going to be very straightforward here, surely, but Kaya Dog's going to be cautious, and Kaya Dog's also got a heal. Hypercharge over the head, but there's a connection there onto Axic. He knows it. He's going to go down, and that means that Space Station Gaming have done it, and will go through to the semi-finals.
To the moon, or the semifinals in this case. Space Station Gaming playing the kit combo very, 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 I'll say it again, very well. Just, they knew, like I said, it wasn't perfect. I saw some moments, I'll talk it through when we roll through the replays here, Ark, but I saw some moments where it wasn't perfect, and that's where Olimpo squad was able to respond. Finding that one win here, finding the one win on the Brawl Ball map as well. That was certainly some exciting moments for Olimpo squad, but ultimately Space Station Gaming, they are the top team in South America, and they're playing like it today.
Yeah, they just kind of almost playing with their food a little bit, it felt like to me. Olimpo squad had some opportunities, had some moments for themselves, but really, I mean, it's just such an established squad. I mean, look at this hyper hands here.
Don't do that!
And Firecrow, they're just too tanky. The kit just provides too much healing. It's just bringing the very thing that you don't want to be up in your face, and, it just didn't work out at all well, did it, for Olimpo squad? Some nice moments, but really, for the most part, I would say that they were relatively outmatched in that one.
Yeah, you see, the games where the rounds where Space Station wind up falling down are the rounds where Kyle Dog gets taken down to half HP and still decides to push in. It's Olimpo squad's composition that needs to be aggressive. Space Station can kind of wait a little bit, so the poke that Olimpo squad is going to be providing in the mid is basically the catalyst. Olimpo squad wants to find that long range poke, and then if they're successful, all in, push forward. And Space Station should fall back. In the round that they lost, they kept pushing forward. If they just stood to the side and looked at their watch for a little bit and then jumped back in, they find that win every single time. So kudos to Olimpo squad for finding that Achilles heel and exploiting it. And Nikolai, certainly one of the stronger players on the map, 9 kills. And I think Nikolai was the bringer of W's for Olimpo squad when they did find these round wins.
Yeah, big credit to him. I mean, it's not the easiest of brawlers against that kind of comp to get that many kills. Let's be honest, I think Exic really could have done a bit more in that regard, because he was definitely more, in terms of his equipment, able to do so, but bringing back a donut. So, I mean, the Olimpo squad definitely got some things to look forward to in the next coming months. They've been pretty decent for the most part, but haven't really had their big break, whereas this man really has, over the years, been the definition of that in this region. Firecrow, of course, the MVP, as voted by you on event.brawlstars.com.
Totally deserving, long-time member of this region. You can see just how excited he is about it. Nah, for real. One of the cool things about this squad is I think they hit the balance of excitement and locked in-itude. Like, they take it real seriously. And in between, they're not, going off and having fun. But when they win, watch those player cams, They're not afraid to celebrate when they do get their W's, but also they know they have to keep it reeled in. Some teams go crazy, go stupid, and admittedly, I love that. And other teams stay real stoic, and I like that too. But everybody stays here because we've got the BSC coming after the break, and I love that too. See you soon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
friends, it's F. It's Trav, it's Ark, it's Chat, and it's the BSC presented by the SPS. What's good? One quarterfinal in the bucket, SSG with the W. Whole lot of letters going on, but it's been an A+ for me so far. The broadcast has been a lot of fun. The first one, 3-0, was a lot of fun. I really particularly liked that knockout matchup. Trav, good to have you back. How'd you feel about the Space Station one?
It's good to be back, and that Space Station one was it was something. That last draft was just genuinely incredible by Space Station. They had some really exciting picks all the way through, exciting games all the way through. The Heist, so explosive, so base racing.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of games I love. Give me a set of knockout like that and a set of Heist like that, and I'll be pleased.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned the draft. I think Space Station really came through with the brains today. We saw some cool, like, oh, you can have Chuck, no problem, and they handled it, no issues. The Kit Buster combo was also really exciting to kind of see how it worked out. So, love what we're seeing. Hope we see some more in the semifinals, which of course we're going to bring to y'all as well. But coming up next, we've got the MiniPekkas, free agents, by the way. If you're an org out there, they're a strong team, versus UdP, and this is, I mean, also a pretty decent team that we have seen succeed in the past. Starting off though with the MiniPekkas, Motep, Pekka, and Hubi. These guys are pretty scary. Hubi has been sort of a staple of the South American scene here, Ark, and they've performed as well.
Yeah, I mean, Hubi was former UdP as well. I mean, got to remember, this is about, you know, a lot of emotions coming to the surface on this one, because, you know, for me, Tufa was on the FA MiniPekkas roster, then transferred over last month to the UdP roster. They didn't qualify last month as a result. So for FA MiniPekkas, they've been going from strength to strength, to be completely honest. I mean, their last month's performance in the grand finals was a 3-2 scoreline versus the now SSG roster. And I mean, if that's to go anything by, I mean, they might well be the victors this month if they play this one right.
I mean, it's very, very, very true. You mentioned, I think you mentioned the fact that the squad came in second last month. Definitely something to be thinking about. And if you're UdP, yeah, you're thinking about your old homie on the other side there, as you brought up, Pibu, Tufa, and Wesley. But you know, if I said that Hubi is a staple of the South American scene, I mean, what do I say about Tufa then? This guy, Trav, has just been, I mean, he's the billboard character of South America, it feels like sometimes, when you've got, honestly, you got so many big names here, but Tufa has been the guy that I feel like I've been watching for a long time.
Oh, I mean, you have been watching for a long time. That's why. 2019 World Finalist. 3 World Finals. This, like, genuinely, I feel like he does have some issues when he plays at home, but once he gets on that stage, there's very few players who can stand in between him and the main goal, which is obviously winning. He does that best when he is on stage. As I said, though, had some issues when he's at home, and I think that's something that he needs to iron out of his game if he does want to succeed month in, month out, and get to those big events so he can perform.
I love players like that. A lot of times it's the opposite, but you do see this. I call them Lanimals, right? They come out on LAN. It's so exciting, but you do gotta get there. You're not wrong. And this UdP team is, well, they got some climbing to do for sure. So as of right now, we showed you the regional leaderboard earlier in the day. As of right now, Space Station Gaming is the team sort of in spot to go to Worlds. You do get 100 points for winning the monthly finals, though. And so some of these teams still in contention. MiniPekkas might be able to leapfrog up there. UdP still in contention, but it is an uphill battle for sure. So taking a look at this matchup in particular, I think it's really going to come down to the drafts and the individual matchups. We're going to go to Hot Zone first and foremost. It's going to be open business here, and I like to see that split. Ark, me and Trav are going to take the call for this one, but last licks, what you got to say about this matchup?
I think, well, for me, you know, UdP did lose to FA MiniPekkas in the qualifying stages. They also lost them in March, you know, in the quarterfinal stages. So I think if they can get a win here, it'll be their first. I'm rooting for them, but it's not going to be easy at all.
Gotta echo that statement. MiniPekkas have the upper hand for sure. The thing is, like, again, Trav, I never, ever, ever count out Tufa. And so you have these moments, and his teammates aren't slouches either. I think that, you know, he's just a spotlight character. So as we jump into hot zone over here, we see some kind of standard bans with the Jesse and the Sam, which work out for this map in particular, leaving Melody for the first pick overall. Stu, Angelo, Byron, and Larry and Laurie also banned out.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that Melody first pick. You really can't complain about it at all. Pam, on the other hand, I really do like that for FA MiniPekkas as well. It's just one of those brawlers, always so solid. The healing turret does so much work on a map like this. So it's intriguing to see that that is one that is being picked up. And I mean, Barley going to be following up after that as well. Rare one to see. We really only see it on Grande or something like that. I'm not opposed to it. And it's going to be one of those brawlers that's quite good at making sure Melody's not fed. But it's also going to be one of those brawlers that's going to struggle when she is.
Yeah, I feel like Barley is a good brawler to be picked last, so you don't have to worry about counters. And picking Barley into the Melody, I think, is, I mean, straight up questionable. This is one of those moments where I feel like I know what's going on, and the Mortis doubles down here, and I think this is a great selection out of Olimpo picks. You know, I'm not going to say that this Barley selection was a mistake until we actually play the game, but I mean, you've got two aggressive, high mobility, damage dealing assassins versus Barley. I don't think he wins that matchup, Trav.
I also don't either, but Surge having a bit of defense against it. Obviously, Mortis wants to go in, wants to get aggressive, wants to get kills, but also won't want to feed that Surge the levels so defend against him and the jumps as well on top of it. You have to be very, very smart if you're the Mortis player here. Pick your matchups really well. Ensure that you're only going in once you've kind of got that super and you're able to chain off all three members, because Surge is one of those brawlers that's going to be able to defend against that really, really well.
All eyes on this Barley. I'm very curious to see how well he'll be able to do. The positive sides of the Barley that we've got to mention are the idea of the area denial, right? He's a thrower that's going to leave a void zone on the ground. You just can't walk on the Barley nonsense. And so, especially when that super comes out, you know, you create that void zone there. And so I see what Barley's thinking about, but again, you know, these two assassins, that is going to be for Barley to deal with. It looks like Barley's going to be hanging out on on this corner, and yeah, Wesley just does the thing. Pekka is going to be the person protecting that Barley, and it's going to have to do a lot of protecting. So far, Trav, not working out. UdP on the point, 20% to 4.
Yeah, well, now coming forward, see a little bit of a swap as well too for going towards Hubie, and he obviously doesn't have this slow gadget either, which is going to be a little bit more difficult for him against that Mortis. You know, usually you get a trade guaranteed when you've got that, allowing your teammates to kind of mop up what you failed to be able to do. But we see a bit of a rotation here, nice super in there from Pibu. Doesn't get the kills, but gets the super back and the hypercharge along with it as well. Last call is going to be able to pick up a kill in the back lines there too. Motep should be fairly close to his level 3 now, and that adds some more power to the side of MiniPekkas. Well, at the moment now comes through that hypercharge, and Hubie just avoids it on the way back, but they're fighting for this mid. Now we're seeing Wesley go in again, but he's not getting anything for it. They're bunching up so well, and that allows them to defend against everyone.
Yeah, the execution here from Udabos is not working out. You know, I think Wesley and Mortis, do they have to go in at the same time, or do they have to go staggered? From the seams of it, they have to go in at the same time. If it's one after another, you're just ants marching in one by one. And Odobosto picks, I think they have a strong draft here, but the Pam to protect the thrower that we were so worried about absolutely worked out here for Motep and the squad. And then also, I think Odobosto picks have to find a little bit more in ways of execution. I want to see those assassins go in together, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really tough to do that, especially when you've got that scrap sucker from Pam. You know, we saw it directly off the start there, and the Mortis goes in, and all of his ammo is just completely robbed by Pekka, thanks to that gadget. And when they're all bunched up, it's so hard to do anything at all, especially when you don't want to be feeding Motep. But they have a good start again. They're in this mid part of the map. They've already got that percentage ticking up, but they need to keep that control, and Tuva's going to go in. Ammo's going to be taken again. The kill once more.
And if you don't wind up with the kill, you pretty much wind up with a pocket full of nothing. That time around, Wesley does kind of finish it off. So maybe that's the idea. Have one assassin go in, deal a bunch of damage, and then the other player just sort of put a dot on it. Motep's able to fight back, and yeah, Wesley's going to do it again. So started up by the Mortis, finished off by the Melody. Odobosto picks starting to understand their comp a little bit more.
Yeah, much better. Tufa's going to go down in the back line zone. Motep level 3 should be going forward now, but Wesley gets the super on the way. Motep jumps straight over that, gets the kill. But we see Pibu chaining so much. Gotcha gadget going to be used there as well, allowed him to heal up a bit more. Hypercharge available, jump from Motep, goes vertical. Not going to find the connection onto Tufa, and now they're building up such a lead. So hard to come back from this for MiniPekkas, especially with Wesley swooping in and getting that too.
Fantastic play here by UdP. This was absolute 4 HP for Pekka. It's always funny when you see the single percentage on the HP bar. Things going awry here for UdP right now, but Trav, they have such an overwhelming lead that I think they can just kind of hang out, wait till all 3 respawn, and then step forward and grab 11% to go.
You'd hope so, but we'll see if that does actually play through, because we've seen a lot in this region of huge turnarounds in hot zone. Motep level 4 as well. Now Wesley's going to come in, just use those supers to evade some shots. Pibu goes through as well. Nice jump from Motep on that backside. Wesley's going to get the kill, get the takedown on Pekka, and guarantee their first game of hot zone, equaling things out. This one's going to be a big game ahead, because it's going to be the decider of who gets that first set.
And that is the way that this draft seemed in their head. They were like, yeah, this is what we do. But we just didn't see, it was disjointed in game number 1. Game number 2, you know, I kind of posed the question, do they go in together? Do they go in one by one? It's one after the other. In game number 1, Melody and Mortis, there was too much, they weren't targeting the same players, it was a little disjointed. See, every single time Mortis goes in, Melody follows. And that's the way this comp needs to be played. UdP figured that out in game 2, and they're dishing it out in game 3 as well.
Real smart stuff here then, and this is MiniPekkas in a real tough situation now. Tufa ready to go in once more. Do have that Pibu super as well to back them up, but he dashes a wall twice, and that's not good for him. Wesley's going to go in aggressive, though, should be able to get at least one, does, but the trades come through, and it is MiniPekkas who come out on top of that interaction. Tufa just maybe a slight mess up there, and now Motep at level 3 should be able to kind of lock this down a bit better from this position.
Motep is a difference maker here. Like, Pam is the thick, tanky frontliner that's going to protect the Barley, but Motep is the one that disrupts the assassin dashes. Melody targets the Barley, and so does the Mortis. Melody with the last hit, taking him down, getting credit for the kill. But make no bones about it. Every single kill that goes to Melody is brought to you by Mortis.
Motep level 3 again, then instantly off the bat, and now Motep gonna be very low, but the bat's missed by Tufa again. Another huge mistake, which might cost him the set at this rate. Wesley, the only one remaining, and in a 3v1, how's he gonna be able to go in? Tufa respawning back in now, just waiting for this ammo to be replenished, and the long dash along with it, thanks to that. But Wesley now going forward, not got many notes around him, and that's not gonna be proving very helpful whatsoever. Should fall down, but the lead's getting away from them. Hypercharge pop, say goodbye to Pibu, and say hello to that first set for MiniPekkas, as there's no getting rid of this. 3 people in the zone, locking it down. Pekka doing a great job of keeping his team alive, and MiniPekkas take set 1.
Oof, Motep feeling good about that because he knows he got away with it. I'll be honest, Trav, I think the composition across the way was better. But here's the thing, it's high execution. Not all drafts are born equal. Not every single draft. Some drafts are easier to play than others. And this double dasher assassin type composition is more difficult to play than other comps. A lot of times in Western Brawl, we see sort of 1v1v1 mentality, and that's not what we needed to see out of UdP here. You needed to see Melody and Mortis. Mortis was the one that decided to go in first, target a guy, and then Melody has to follow it up. That last play that lost them the set was because Melody was too far away, or Mortis was too far away, and so they could not follow up the way they had earlier. And as a result, it all goes upside down, just like that. One single mistake off of like such a small amount of distance loses the entire set. This draft is difficult to pilot. UdP's figured it out, but they just couldn't hit it when it counted, unfortunately for them and their fans. So MiniPekkas picks up game and set 1.
That's a real rough one for UdP to lose there, I will say, but it is just those slight mistakes that we saw Tufa make, and you know, it's what we kind of reminded people of before we came into it. At LAN, that man can play any brawler to the best in the world standards, but online he seems to have some heavy issues, and I think they've showed themselves there. He missed a mortar super, he dashed a wall a couple of times, and even just something as that, going down once or twice where you should be surviving and getting kills, it can cost you the entire game, and I think that's a prime example of what it does right there. But look at that, Motep with 405 DPS, 10, 11, and 5 for the kills in MiniPekkas, and just not really matched on the other side with 5, 3, and 11. Wesley doing a great job there on that Melody, but overall, just not enough to get the job done. We're heading on to Sneaky Fields in Brawl Ball next to see if we're going to see a bounce back from Urubus, or if we see MiniPekkas go another one ahead.
Brawl Ball, definitely a fun change of pace, I think, here from the last one. Sneaky Fields, kind of the standard Brawl Ball bans, obviously characters that excel a little bit more in the grass or dealing with the grass wind up being a little bit more interesting. This is, I mean, for example, this is one of those maps that we see Bo more often than we would on other Brawl Ball maps and other things like that. So realistically, I think you're looking at major Brawl Ball meta type characters, and so the Sandys, the Nitas, these are all gone. Rico excels as well, but Shelly, Griff, and Rosa also banned out. Rosa, one of those characters that I think shows up a little bit more on Sneaky Fields versus some of the other Brawl Ball maps. But Jackie going to be first overall selected here. You can see pretty high on the ban rate, just under 50% of the time we see a Jackie ban. So selected here, nice.
Yeah, I mean, it still baffles me to see a Jackie first pick, like, regardless of how good it is or how much it's been banned, it's just so surprising to see a tank being picked first. We're going to see that max El Primo response, though, from MiniPekkas, and I do really like that. Primo, for the most part, has a good time against Jackie when you're within range, and, you know, when you're in the grass and you don't really have the ability to scout that much, when you're against a Jackie as a Primo, you're usually in range if she does find you. Melody going to be another pick from Urubus here, and we saw it in the last one. It worked so well. Wesley got so many kills, so much DPS, but they didn't get the win. But on Brawl Ball, you know, once you can get a breakaway play, and that's all you need to be able to win.
Charlie here going to provide some CC, might be able to wrap up the tank or whatnot, and I just think having the egg available is things like egg, things like mind control, these are just game-changing abilities that absolutely, you got 3 players playing defense? No, you don't. We were only able to kill 2 players. Now you got all 3, you know, that's very important. And so we'll see how that works out for Odobosto picks. They have the fast guy, and they've got the big guy. Who does MiniPekkas round this draft out with? Maybe some control? It's going to be Amber. And so the punishment of nobody's going to be able to abuse the bushes as long as MiniPekkas has their way. Amber should be able to burn it all down, which I think bodes well, because obviously Primo, being a tank trap, wants to use the bushes just like anybody else, but Max doesn't particularly need it, and so you're kind of playing on MiniPekkas' territory once those bushes go down. So I expect Odobosto picks to be a little bit more interesting early on, but once Amber starts letting the oil down, things might go in the way of the blue team.
Wesley going for an early goal and might be able to find it, bounces that ball off the wall, finds the kill thanks to the notes, and that is exactly what I was saying. All you need is one breakaway play when you've got a Melody on your side in Brawl Ball, and that is how you do it, Wesley.
Hey, I just looked down for a second. Did anything happen? Oh, they scored a goal already. Yeah, this is high-octane gameplay, but another one from downtown from Motep. Just as quickly. I think those low latency responses are very important, Trav. You get scored on, you get stunted on like that. That was cool from Udabos. MiniPekkas has to answer back just as quickly in order to keep their mental.
Well, Wesley goes for the gadget around Hoobie's going to be able to deal with Wesley quite nicely. Gives him a taste of his own medicine, not notes, but with the fire. Pekka comes out the cocoon with a jump and manages to guarantee himself a kill. And against Peebo on this right-hand side, he's not going to complain too much. Should be able to get it back quite quick, but a hypercharge available for Peebo is going to be quite a dangerous thing, especially when he grabs his super. But there's the jump and he gets straight over it. Or should get the kill thanks to that burn down damage. If Motep can grab the ball and send it over to the left-hand side, might be able to get up. Wesley trying to bait the shot, but they're just going to go for the kill. MiniPekkas get another game on the board and move one up in Brawl Ball.
Real strong gameplay there. Love the combination of what we're seeing out of MiniPekkas. You know, I mentioned that a lot of Brawl Stars teams kind of play 1-1-1. Brawl Ball is where we see a little bit more of team cohesion, and for MiniPekkas out here, that was all about team cohesion. I also think we saw Jackie punished a little bit. Once this grass is down, she has a real hard time. Harder than Primo, I think. But beforehand, no trouble for UdP as they again find an early goal this time around.
Well, it seems like that's just the name of the game for UdP here, and I think, you know, with the Jackie and obviously against the Amber, you kind of expect that once these bushes get burned down, it's going to be a bit more difficult. The burn does find the connection as well, but a Cocoon Primo up top is going to stop them in the tracks. Just sending the ball up just in case he gets the jump directly onto him, gets the jump, but now Pibu pushing up should be shut down quite quickly by Hubie and the rest of the boys on MiniPekkas. Pekka gets the kill, but in a bit of a compromised position now. But Wesley having to back off in a 3v1, and it's MiniPekkas with grass control.
Pekka's been so powerful. This Primo has really been dictating a lot of what's going on here. Amber, obviously the utility here, but look at Pekka, back line, destroying one player. Great super from Pibu though. Obviously the Jackie player goes down as well here, Trav, but the defensive play is all that mattered. By the way, Pekka himself winds up shoving the ball behind him, winds up cornering the ball up there for UdP. So, red team saying thank you as they're up 1-0.
Yeah, they won't be complaining about that one, but they might be complaining about the amount of pressure that MiniPekkas do. He's going to throw that straight into the goal. Going to find 2 burns there. The jump in from Pekka. Pibu standing still, but they still get the defense, but he's still going to be alive coming out of it. Pibu goes down now, but the hypercharge slow is not going to be enough. Pekka slotting the ball in and evening things out in the second game of Brawl Ball.
Well played, just a strong team fight coming out from MiniPekkas there. The Amber doing a lot of work in that particular exchange. And here it is, just Pekka just embarrassing them, just straight up kicking it through their legs and making that one happen. So another early game start coming out from UdP, but ultimately 2 goals back to back coming out from MiniPekkas. It winds up winning them the goal, the game. What a fantastic look here for the MiniPekkas. This is a strong team that just marches forward.
I mean, that was just genuinely incredible. A little throw over the shoulder as well from the Primo to be able to guarantee themselves that goal there. I felt like he just never didn't have super. Like, he always had it. And that is the perfect thing for him. You know, that's what Jackie's going to be feeding. That's why they picked the Primo into it. You know, he gets cocooned. There's 3 people surrounding him, but he's coming out of it with a super. You're just going to jump directly on them and get a load of control for his teammates and cycle that super as well. And it was just too much to handle for UdP there. And MiniPekkas just drafting so well, playing so well. And if it carries on like this, it's going to be done in 3.
Yeah, fantastic draft, like you mentioned, but also the pilot was well. You know, we're just coming off of a set where UdP just kind of like, they drafted fantastically and they weren't able to pilot it correctly. MiniPekkas here, this is what happens when you are. You know, the entire composition relies on Amber being utility, Pekka stepping up and just being obnoxious on the back line, and then everybody following suit, and that's what we saw. We saw the big tank jump over the wall, elbow drop everybody, and then the rest of the team made moments like this happen. Every single one a winner for MiniPekkas here for my money, Trav. You know, who was the, like, we don't do MVP per set, it's about the whole match, but who was the MVP for this Brawl Ball set? I don't think there was one. I think Pekka is the one with the spotlight, but all 3 players wound up contributing to this win.
That's the thing. I mean, obviously Pekka is the one in the spotlight, and I'm sure if we had to give an MVP, it probably would be him just because of the big flashy plays that he's doing. But everybody's playing their part. Motep got goals. Hubie got the grass.
Look at that DPS.
Wired. That's what I mean. Like 453 on a map as closed off as this. Bear in mind as well. It's not like you get those free shots when someone's running at you through an open space. He's finding the angles. He's finding the damage, and the burns were just so phenomenal as well from him in towards that goal mouth. And it's just not matched on the other side. 1 kill from Tufa, not really comparable. And you know, I'm not saying he's letting the side down, but you've got to be doing better than 1 kill in Brawl Ball.
Safe zone, the locale for Heist. As we jump on in here, this could be it. If we see Pekkas as dominant as they have been, but I said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. Tufa just can't count him out. Has had, as you mentioned, Trav, has had a little bit of a struggle here today, mechanically. And so we'll see if he's able to pick this one up as we jump up into safe zone. Again, Heist, a game mode with a very particular meta. I expect to see the Colettes, and on particular with safe zone, you know, you've got to be thinking of the Angelos and the Eves because there's water. That's just one of the early check boxes in map analysis is water, Eve, Angelo check. Like, definitely what you've got to be thinking about. But the real bans are out, And Angelo gone, Chuck gone. He's another one that is Heist specifically interesting. Eve is on the table, but Cordelius, Spider Lady, Colt is gone as well. A strong brawler on Heist particularly. And no Melody. MiniPekkas is just done with the Melody.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame them for it either, to be honest with you. They have beaten it twice, but I imagine it's quite grating to play against.
Yep.
Crow going to be picked up by MiniPekkas there. We saw it in that hot potato set in the first quarterfinal. Decimate the safe with one jump is just incredible how good that hypercharge is when you get onto that high safe. But especially on a map like Safe Zone, it's so difficult to get that vertical jump and get the full damage out of it because you barely get towards that safe. It's usually just, you know, peppering it down from range, and that's why they're going to bring that bell in. But Colette on the other side, hypercharge, so much damage on safe when you use that super, and you can use it from relative safe distance as well, and Piper going to be joining it to add some sharpshooter range to the mix.
So usually Piper is considered a little bit more valuable than Bell. I think it's more complicated than that, the way Bell's passive. But like usually we see Piper selected before Bell. Why does Bell get prioritized here above Piper?
I mean, to be fair, I really like the Bell here. Just the value you get off if you have them pinned in that spawn, you shoot the safe and it's bouncing off multiple shots in different directions towards the teammates. You know, I'm not going to say it's that great against Eve because those spawnables are usually going to be one shot on them and there's not much bouncing between them. Any other spawnables that they do have, usually quite good, but also you're going to be wanting to mark up that Colette, stop it from pushing towards that safe. It's going to be a decent shout to have the Bell as well, and obviously Brock brings a heck of a lot of DPS.
Makes a lot of sense there. So some long range, I mean, these sharpshooters hurt real hard, but in juxtaposition to what Crow's going to be able to bring with that hypercharge super, some long range poke, let's say, coming out from the double sharpshooter angle, and then Hoobie's or whoever's going to be piloting the Crow looking to all in. I mean, man, I gotta check the numbers because it's a 25% damage boost for the Crow super, but I feel like it does like 25% of the safe's damage when jumping on in there. So definitely something we want to keep a look at. On the other side, similar thought process with the Piper, but Colette, farm super, hitbox, farm super, hitbox. That's the entire thought process. The Eve, I think, is playing against the enemy comp a little bit more so than playing to their comp, which isn't a bad thing, and I actually kind of like it. Might control Bell a little bit. You mentioned that bullet point earlier.
Well, Hoobie's getting some great connecting shots here, but Tufu did a great job through mid. I mean, I think he used 2 gadgets in the very, very early game, which obviously isn't going to help him towards the late portions, but Wesley going really aggressive here on Hoobie. Knows he can get him down, does as well. Spawnables coming in through the back. And another one there, thanks to the connections that he did find as well. Motep going to get a few shots onto Pibu, but just not enough to bring him down. Not got that DPS required to get the shots in. And they're just raining down. They're not even shooting at the opponents here. Just that safe. And who can blame him for it?
And this is not the way MiniPekkas want to be playing. They don't want to be playing on their side of the map. They would be fine with a neutral game state, but they don't want to be playing on their side of the map. So if it stays like this, MiniPekkas is okay. But look at the scoreboard. It hasn't been like this, and as a result, Olimpo still picked with a large lead. Wesley does go down in the hand of Hoobie, but 62% to 95 MiniPekkas, and it's been Pekka on the Brock, have barely touched it.
Yeah, well, it's been homemade recipe after homemade recipe from Tufa, and they do not exist anymore. He's used all of those up. Mark straight onto one of those little pets as well, coming in the babies, just tanking so much on the way through. Little gadget there from Pekka to try guarantee the kill with the rocket fuel. It's not going to be enough. We see that hype charge on Motep, and that can pretty much even the game out on itself if he gets towards the safe, but they're just locked down back in their spawn. Hoobie eventually finding some shots and a hypercharge along the way too, but they've got 2 hypercharges, but no supers along with it. Pibu looking very, very good on that right-hand side with both his super and the hypercharge looking for the safe.
I mean, you brought it up. Yeah, Motep will do a ton of damage. Might even it out if he gets to that safe. And that if turning around, there's the hypercharge, jumps on in, takes it down to 50% just like that. Wesley does wind up getting the kill though, and so with Crow down, 42 to 27, because as soon as Crow jumped in, Olimpo's also got excited. Counting down here from 14%, Olimpo's to picks have a large lead, but is not confirmed just yet. Motep going down pretty much confirms it. Hoobie's the only one alive for the MiniPekkas, and Olimpo still picks wind up on the good side of this one. Game 1 to Red Team.
I mean, they just played it so well. The early game went all their way. As soon as Tufa's homemade recipes went, though, that's when it started to open up a bit more for MiniPekkas, and he did use them very, very early on. Luckily enough, they were able to kind of keep that control and just defend it out for the rest of the game. But that crow jump did so much damage. It's just ridiculous. It does. And, you know, we saw a couple of the MiniPekkas in there just popping the hypercharges to get some speed and get up the map when they saw that opportunity arising. And I don't mind that at all in a situation like that.
UdP one game away from finding themselves with a set and stretching it to set 4. Would be a very good look. If we do, we move on to knockout, which might be a nice selection for them. But MiniPekkas, different story this time around. UdP's not able to kind of push them back the way they did early in game 1. Hubi putting down Tufa here, sharpshooter for sharpshooter, opening up the mid lane angle and finding a hair of damage, 6%. But to be fair, UdP's not finding their damage either. So Colette has the super. Might be able to find a little bit of percent damage after this one, Trav, but about even this time around compared to last one.
You know, Pekka had an opening, but sadly for him, no damage, or no ammo, I should say, to come along with it. A little bit of a break there from Piper, but doesn't jump far enough back, receives a couple of shots to the face. Mark went onto Pibu on the right-hand side there. Nice movement there from Hubi to get that done, and makes Motep's matchup a lot easier to 1v1. And a super from Pekka, I think, to just get rid of the super from Wesley. There's the jump straight onto where he's going to return. Now the shot's coming through, and this is much better from MiniPekkas, and damage just start to rain down. A minute on the clock, and now it's around 60% left on the UdP safe, and that's not too much damage done considering what they just had.
Yeah, it has. I think it has to do with the Crow didn't have the super or the hypercharge, and then you just have your long-range snipers, which deal damage, but they don't do burst damage like that Crow super or like a Colt super. That's what you need to do that burst damage, and even there, just brings it down a couple of percent. So MiniPekkas, like I said, they're obviously excited to be aggressive, and they're fine in the neutral. They just can't play pushed against the wall. That was the difference between game 1 and game 2, was UdP was able to push MiniPekkas more into their spawn than they are here. And as a result, less than half a minute to go, and UdP have only hit the heist safe for 5%.
Well, there goes the Colette Super just missed the safe. I mean, the game's over. The game is completely over. The Colette Super missed the safe. And I will say, like, if I can put it down to one thing that won them that game, the nest eggs. Literally, Bell's gadgets did so much value there. Got a double slow onto the even Piper, which got them control. It got a slow onto the Colette, which got him down and got them control and damage. Like, it did so much work. Just the nest eggs alone from Bell, it allowed them to get so much control and so much damage. But we'll see if that's going to be happening again as we start from square one, and UdP want a replay of game 1, whereas MiniPekkas are going to want that replay of game 2.
Wall break coming out from MiniPekkas to open up the map. The trade from mid and left lane opening up a little bit of a damage avenue for Pekka. Crow falls down to the right side, and that forces Pekka to play a little bit of defense. So a nice kind of 1-2 punch there from both sides. Nice coverage from Pekka after a kill from Pibu on the right side.
Ooh, I mean, Motep's doing a lot of work here. Jump forced out onto Tufa. Does break the wall down, but we're going to see the kill coming through from Motep. Burn down damage takes the Colette down before any damage can be done to the safe. Wesley trying to move up, levitating over this water, but just getting a few bounces from the mid there as Tufa receives a few shots to the face from Hubi. Grass break from Pekka, and one shot sent towards safe, just about a little bit more. Super down the mid there just to clean up Piper, try open up some room for his team, but with Bell going down, it's just not going to be there for them.
That's what I was talking about with the sharpshooters, by the way. Like, you know, one shot on the guy, one shot on the guy, one shot on the safe. That's kind of what you look for with this double sharpshooter comp in Heist. And I don't mind it. Again, you don't need to kill the safe, and you have the Crow to put that exclamation point at the end. But this is where UdP needs to walk forward. Great use of the Eve spawnables to kind of keep those sharpshooters at bay, and now UdP finds themselves in the right position. They have MiniPekkas on their heels. This is where the red team needs to play from if they want to win this set. Tied at 1 game each, winner takes the set. In MiniPekkas' case, the match.
Yeah, and They do have the lead now as well, even if it is by 2%. We'll need to see a movement from MiniPekkas. Oh, super from Pekka there. Gets it down now. UdP moving forward with his hypercharge. Bit of extra speed along the way to try and get a few shots onto safe, but Pivu surviving and doing so much. MoTep uses the gadget, goes forward. Super on safe. Down, burns it. Wesley's going to burn down too. And Tufa versus Pekka is the only matchup remaining, but some good positioning still remains from MiniPekkas, and it's Urubus who need it.
44% to 81%. Olimpo only have done 19 to their opposition. Quick maths. But here's the position. They got a dozen seconds and a lot more than 12% to get done. The Eve spawnables are coming out, but the damage isn't being dealt to the safe. Still trailing by about 15 or 20%, and it's not going to be enough. MiniPekkas going to the semifinals.
So close towards the end there as well. Colette had the super, had the ability to kind of use it on safe, but couldn't get the positioning to be able to get the job done. MiniPekkas gonna take the win, just defended out narrowly there at the end, but it was a much closer game than I think the scoreline reflects. 3-0 to MiniPekkas, but in my eyes, it was way closer than it shows.
Yeah, there were moments where we saw a little bit of back and forth, and there were moments where, I mean, honestly, the Udibos were playing it so well, and I would not be, if we played this game 10 more times, I think we wind up at Hard Rock Mine. I honestly do. I think Udibos, they knew their strategy, they knew their comp, they had some good stuff, but at the end of the day, I mean, there is a reason why this MiniPekkas team came in second last time around. They are very good at what they do, and this is the gameplay that proves it.
I mean, it was really nice from Urubus to pick, and I think any other matchup than MiniPekkas and Space Station, and they make it out of the quarterfinals. I think that's a really rough thing for them at the moment, because they're trying to gain that positioning on the board after a month. You know, last month they really didn't make an appearance. They needed to bounce back as much as they could, but it just wasn't going to happen against MiniPekkas. They're too much of a strong team, too many strong players, and obviously UdP not wanting to lose to his previous team is going to be a big part in this as well. But you just see all the control kind of with MiniPekkas, and yeah, Urubus Picks had a lot of control along the way, but they don't have those same DPS brawlers as you know, the Crow, and as the Brock just getting the normal damage, and the Crow with the hypercharge.
Look how quickly that falls. I think it's 20%. It looks like. I'm just trying to watch the Heist HP bar fall when the supercharged MoTep jumps in there, but it looks like 20%. What is it? It's 10% for a Colette regular super, 20% out of a hypercharged Crow super. All of a sudden, you're a third of the way through if you hit both of those. So I don't think you want to see both on the same team. This time around, it's the Crow that brings it on home here. 13 kills for UdP, 11 for Pekka. But I mean, just to illustrate, you said before it was closer than the splash line might show you. Look at the kills on the other side as well.
So strong. 11-11-7. I mean, they really did play it so well. Pretty much almost even across the board. Looking towards the other side there, and MoTep is going to be the MVP. No surprise there, did play very well, but I think it could have gone to any of the MiniPekkas, to be honest, and I wouldn't have even argued if you gave it to one of the Urubus players either.
You know, that's a contentious topic in competition, sports, etc. Like, can a losing team win MVP? I think so. So I'd be with you. I wouldn't mind seeing an Udibus player grab it. This time around, it's MoTep. And neither of us are the nice guys, to be honest with you. But I mean it when I say all 6 of these players played really well. If they didn't, I probably will tell you. Trav definitely will tell you. So definitely a fun one to watch. Everybody just kind of come out and do it. We love to see it. That said, our quarterfinals are in the past. So time to look forward to those semifinals, and that's what we're going to do. Little bit of a brief break, and then we're jumping right back into the action. 2 semifinals and the grand finals. You're watching the BSC, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot.
Spy Mike's server.
Welcome back, Brawl Nation. It is semifinals time. We're down here in South America. Well, we're all where we're all, but we're watching South America. It's F.Trav and Arc bringing it down for you. Quarterfinals in the rear view. And so now it's time to shift to the real stuff. Semifinals and trying to figure out who is our monthly finals winner. So far, we've had some good matchups. Space Station Gaming wound up taking their victory in emphatic fashion, to be honest with you. And then we saw a second semifinal that was a little bit back and forth. Despite the 3-0 for MiniPekkas and UdP picks, we definitely saw some excitement. That bottom side of our semifinals, not quite filled in. MiniPekkas and Race de Plat, which is funny because that is the matchup that the commentators did not agree on. Reminder, you can check all the action on the other two quarterfinals that you don't see on here on our B stream. So make sure to check that out. Event.brawlstars.com gives you all that information. So Team Queso, they get their 3-0 above Balinas. Again, that was covered on our B stream. And they're going to go up against Space Station Gaming. This Queso team, Trav, not a bad squad. They certainly know what they're doing.
Yeah, they are a really, really strong team, but I hate to think they're going to go from 3-0ing to getting 3-0'd because of just how strong Space Station is at the moment. They looked really, really good in that first game. Team Queso, you know, they are a really strong team. They've been in multi-finals time and time and time again. But I just don't know if anybody can kind of size up to Space Station.
Ark, you feeling the same way? Is this dominance for the black and yellow?
It's a tough one because they've never reached the grand finals on the side of Team Queso, but we've seen in other regions, you know, teams prevailing and growing with the competition. Maybe it'll be their month, but I'm with Trav. At the moment, Space Station Gaming are just looking so fierce. To be fair, they probably weren't tested as much as some of the other teams in this bracket in their quarterfinal stages against the Olimpo squad today, but they know when to kick it up a gear, and when they do, it's just scary stuff.
Well, that is the semifinal that we're diving into. So it's Space Station Gaming versus this Team Queso squad. JXCR Riz and Brian going to be repping the, well, we both got the black and yellow. So I guess we'll go with the yellow, the gold and black for SSG. But the Cheese Boys coming out here, and they are certainly looking to find this W. These guys, like we've said, they got that 3-0 against Balinas on the B stream. So if you want to check that out, that's where you'll find the VOD here. But Balinas is certainly going to be a different type of opponent, Trav, comparatively speaking to the SSG roster.
Yeah, I have to. So does anybody really want to be called the Cheese Boys? I don't know if I'd be too pleased about being but listen, I'll let it slide because obviously it translates roughly to that. So, but honestly, Balinas, you know, they're not really a team of anywhere near the same level as Space Station. But Team Queso, I do think they have a chance. I know I said, listen, I think they're probably going to get 3-0'd, and I think they probably will. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's close or even they manage to scrape something here.
you like cheese?
I do like cheese, but I also like winning, and that's the thing, you know. And the facts are that, you know, this very squad have failed to beat Space Station Gaming in not just one but two monthly finals, both at this stage in the competition, in the semi-finals. One was a 3-1 scoreline in March, the other was a 3-0 last month. So the Team Kessler, they've really got to up their pace a bit against Space Station Gaming, because this is the squad, the #1 in this region for good reason. You know, Kaidog, Firecrow, and Adinho made light work of the quarterfinals here today. They fell behind a little bit early on, but they bounced back, and in such a fierce way. They seem to like almost reserve some of their stamina, you know, and sort of like they still play with their opposition because they know that the job is still yet to be done. They want to win overall. There's no doubt about that in my mind, and they've come prepared today. You can see it from their drafts. They've got a plan, and they've got that charisma and that, you know, energy in the room to back it up.
Man, you nailed it. Absolutely, got to agree there. Again, I can't stress enough how these three players are titans of the South American scene. They have just seen success so many times, even a little bit of international here and there. Obviously, some of the other regions, I think, kind of make a little bit more noise. But when I look at CalDog, I see a player that could succeed in any region whatsoever. When I look at Firecrow, when I look at Adinho, these are absolutely top-tier swimmers, and I think that, you know, that's what you expect when you see Space Station Gaming. But Gem Grab, Hard Rock Mine, this is where we're going to start our matchup. Trav and Ark, you guys have the call. I'll be back a little bit later.
57, Ark. 57. I mean, I think it's higher than that. I don't know. Like, it's rare I say I'd like it to be further apart than what the community say, but I think this is probably one of the times I would.
It's definitely a lot closer than I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you know, this is a team that have just been unbeatable so far this year, and that's quite a close poll. I mean, sure, Team Kessler have got a great amount of fan following behind them, but I mean, also in terms of results, they've yet to make a grand final. So clearly, for the community side of things, they're thinking it might well be today. But let's see. As we go into Hard Rock Mine, of course, one of my favorite maps in the entire BSC, to be completely honest. Melody Band, as well as the Angelo and the Ruffs on the side of Team Kesso. The Stu, Max, and Ruffs banned out by Space Station Gaming. The first draft of the Rico is not what I was expecting to see first, but hey, I mean, it's got a great ban rate for a reason, right? And it's one of my favorite brawlers on this map. It can absolutely bring in the goods.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure you'll be pleased to see Rico coming in, and I am as well, because I think it's a very, very solid pick. Gene gonna be the first from Team Queso, and I mean, obviously it's very, very good, but yeah, I don't know, I don't feel like we see Gene too much, especially when 8-bit is still open. It usually has a bit of a hard time against 8-bit, so I won't be surprised if that's something that Space Station do choose to go, but Sandy's gonna be Team Queso's pick, and that's, I was gonna say, it's coming out quite nicely to be a max pick, but obviously Space Station have that covered with the ban. We'll see what they do choose to pick with their next two now. As I said, 8-bit surely going to be the one to pick against the Gene.
It certainly gets a lot of mid control, and depends on the sort of feeling of the squad, really. Normally, you'd see that kind of extended damage booster and the plugged-in star power to get that additional maneuverability, which is why 8-bit's a bit more vulnerable in the early moments of a game. If Team Kesso realized that and gone the aggressive quickly to try to eradicate that gem carrier from the mid, and then try to keep that lane control there, then it's definitely got some vulnerabilities that Space Station Gaming got to be cautious around. Looking at that aggressive early, they've got a lot of control with the Rico and a great mid, but they need to have something more so, and Nita is going to be their choice. I don't necessarily mind it. First, something a bit more tanky if it's me. At least it's a bit lacking in range, but having the Rico on their side for that same idea, it could work out pretty well.
I actually really like what Space Station are going for here. You know, I said the 8-bit really, really solid into that Gene. TP away whenever the pull comes in. But if you've got a Buster in your backline, it becomes quite hard to TP away. But I just can't help feel like Rico should be able to pocket a Buster for the majority of the game. And Nita can kind of just sit there and wait for Sandy to be a bit impatient and over-aggress. And obviously, Firecrow's going to, if not, get a lot of bears off the Buster, and Rico's going to be able to do with the Sandy. So I do like what Space Station are bringing to the table here. Is but then I look at Team Case, I'm like, well, Sandy Gene, it's just good. But I do have to side with Space Station, I feel.
See, I would prefer Space Station to kind of land the Buster themselves, actually, myself, but Nita can get a lot of value on this map. Bruce can obviously seek through the bush as well and get some good value, get some good aggression going as well. Let's see, early on, we're missing a Space Station Gaming player at the moment. Someone's late to the party, and it seems that was Firecrow. Bit of a crying pin as well. It's obviously late to to get himself in, but he is in now. That's the main thing. Cardog with 2. It's a good taps into the mid, already getting a booster for his time, and additional speed can go a long way here.
I mean, such a great start here for SSG. Super comes out from Adinu, not going to get anything from it, but JXCR is going to miss a gadget of his own. Multi-ball launch comes out, not going to find any connections. I think maybe a couple onto Rees in the back lines. Got a pull available flare from Brian, and holding on to it. Obviously, the TP away is a big issue. Rees playing the mid. There's the TP just in time, almost caught him off guard. And Adinu just holding his legs quite strongly here.
Firecrow is in a fantastic spot at the moment, just struggling his time between Brian and Rees, and going to give a lot more gems over in the long run to Space Station Gaming. Gadget pop from Medina. He's very low though. We should be cautious here. As Bruce comes out to keep Reese back. It's full control for SSG in the mid so far. JXCR in a bit of a tough compromised position, and Firecrow will seal it. At the moment, Team Kesso is struggling to get back in this game.
Now, this is a tough one. I mean, he's got another pull as well, but if he hits the pull, then it's going to be an absolutely magical play because you can't really expect to. He missed so far.
Oh, yeah, that's not it.
He wanted to get him out the back line, and Firecrow doesn't even use a bear with hypercharge there. Should be able to just grab this and TP. Even baits our little gadget from JXCR. Not going to complain about that. And the bear just running them down as well. Hypercharge still in hand for Firecrow. Might just use it on the defensive here. Shutting absolutely everybody down. Brian going to pop as a hypercharge of his own, but what can he do in this circumstance? He pulls him. He dies anyway. Spacey take game number 1, and that is dominance right there.
Very convincing. Very, very convincing. I hesitate to say it, but SSG made light work of that one, despite Firecrow being a little bit absent at the beginning. I mean, he just made up for lost time and did a wonderful job, in my opinion, on those lane sides and just keeping Team Kesso back in that spawn area. I mean, it just provided so much of an ability to control the mid, get the gems, and get the job done effectively. But Team Kesso might have still something in the back pocket. It's a strong comp. They can make this work, but they were pretty absent for the majority of things, and it's pretty much at the bay of the aggression in that last game.
I mean, how different that game would have got if Team Queso just had someone to tell them Firecrow's not moving, go into the bush. It'd have been a much different game to put it like that. But so far, it is SSG who do have that 2-gem lead. 2 gems on the TQ side, but not wanting to kind of overstep and provide him with the turret too early on. But it happens anyway.
Oh, Firecrow's coming in now. Brian is very low here. The Sweet Dream stun from Reese will miss as well, and that's going to be disastrous checks here as well. Everyone on the side of Team Kesso is going to fall, and the men standing are all Space Station now. Going to get hunkered in these spawn trap positions, and Dog's going to have the mid entirely to his own. Team Kesso have got to start to bring something more because this is not enough.
I mean, Reese is throwing up an SSG pin of his own here. Dog picks up a 9th, moves his little station back to the right-hand side away, and should be able to grab this gem and get a TP back. Not without feeding Reese a shot, but he is... Well, I was going to say he is fairly low. He was fairly low, but being pinched in now should fall. Shouldn't be able to move too much. Sweet Dreams does make a connection on Adinu, and people moving up. Kydog's so low here, but JXCR not going to get it just yet. Now we see Sandy coming in, but it's just a little bit too late. Adinu not going to pick up those gems. Try wait it out. Brian not going to be able to grab one, and that's still going to be countdown for Space Station here.
Is that not a pull that you'd want to have in this position right now, really? I think Brian might have been able to save it, really, because getting Dog now with Firecrow and Athena full HP coming back off the spawn, it's going to be a really tough thing to ask for. But JXCR is going to try for it, gets a couple of taps, but now a damage boost is going to take some of those shots, and it's not going to be enough for Team Kesso as Space Station Gaming take the first set.
It's just incredible from Space Station. They had a bit of a reset, but that is the only looking Team Queso got in the entire set, and that is just absolutely ridiculous. Hard Rock Mine, usually a bit back and forward. You kind of just play your own sides, pick up the gems on your own side, then eventually something will happen when all the gems start coming. But this was just absolutely all Space Station. Team Queso barely even got a look in, and that is not boding well for the future for them.
You know, you want to start your first set with a bit of flair, a bit of feist, and just have a bit more back and forth, and that was not the case for Team Kesso. That was all about Space Station, and they've just been able to reserve so much for what's to come still, whereas Team Kesso just weren't synergized. They just didn't seem to have much communication going on. They were lacking massively in the aggression side of things and the control. Just nothing was really together, and Space Station Gaming just looked so comfortable in that scenario. Didn't really seem to get that tested, and when they were, they had an answer for it as well. And it's troubling stuff like this that just kind of makes me doubt Team Kesso's abilities in these semi-finals positions. It's never going to be an easy thing when you're up against the #1 in the region, but you know, you'd hope that you'd come a bit more prepared than this.
Yeah, you really would. I mean, prepare all you want, but SSG are going to be the favorites coming into any game in this region. 4, 6, and 7 for the side of Space Station, and a very uncomparable 3-1-1 for the side of Team Queso, and not a single player over 200 DPS, and we've got Kydog alone over 429, so not looking too good for Team Queso, but Space Station absolutely thriving at the moment. And I do feel like both of these teams weren't really tested too much in the quarterfinals, as you did mention, so it's kind of a question of who's going to be warming up the fastest, and so far Space Station seems to be that team.
Very, very tough stats to look at, really. Not a single player on Team Queso breaking that 200 DPS barrier. Just the 1 kill for Reese, the 1 for Brian. I mean, it definitely didn't seem to me like an outdraft moment in time. Just simply one that came down to the mechanics and the skill of things, and just, Team Queso not really working together as a unit. I mean, Sandy Gene, it's fantastic. It really is, but there just simply wasn't that many sandstorms on the map. The magic hands weren't really flying out and providing the space that they need to get that control back into the mid to bring the gems home. It just seems a bit all over the place. But we'll give Team Queso a bit of an opportunity here in the next set to rekindle things. Obviously, it might not be their best mode, but, I mean, that's the sort of face of defeat, and we've barely got started, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like some books were going to fall on his head then. It's just narrowly hanging onto the wardrobe above him. But Goldarm Gulchin knockout is going to be what we see coming up next. And it is a little bit of a different kind of stance on how they play the game. But for the most part, it's just going to be that passive kind of play, which is definitely different to what Firecrow's just been playing, as he was just completely in the spawn the entire game with Nita. But obviously only 1 life is all they're going to have. So Kit going to be banned out. Don't want to be playing against that. And who can blame him for it? But Byron as a first pick from SSG.
I do like the Byron pick. It's coming really nicely into the meta now, and I'm pleased to see the kit ban on the side of Space Station Gaming. RT as well, I think, is actually quite valid here. Piper pick coming in, Team Queso, and I quite like that one as well. Angelo ban and Melody, I think, are definitely much needed here. The Rico, 56% ban rate is still up for grabs here. I don't necessarily mind it. I've kind of drifted away from it over the years, really, as much as it pains me to. Travis, my favorite one on this map. It used to be very, very good. Now I think it still works. Just like there are better sort of ideas to put into the forefront first. That's where the Meg coming in now, alongside with the Piper. I think it's a really nice play. Pearl is the response from SSG.
I don't mind the Pearl. I don't think it's too bad. We've seen it in the meta a lot recently, thanks to obviously Melody being a very high-level brawler, but that being banned out, it surprises me to see Pearl come in. Must be something that they kind of have against the Meg. And then Grom going to be brought in as the thrower for Space Station, their last pick, and it leaves them open to something quite aggressive. But I guess that's also what the Pearl is there for: defend against the Mortis, defend against something that can come in and clean up the others quite quickly. But it's going to be a grey for the side of Team Queso.
I like the Grey a lot. I think the Grey can be absolutely one of these brawlers that can just be up in your face before you know it and just really prey on those low HP brawlers. Pearl, though, is not going to be that for the majority of the time. That's the problem. And ultimately, I really do feel like that pick is a great one and get a lot of damage in. And once you just over time are able to cook, literally, and just be able to then assert your dominance on the situation, I think brawlers like Mech can get taken down so quickly. But the Byron extended himself too much on the side of Space Station Gaming, and that's going to be an early takedown. It's 2 versus 2 now, but Firecrow is so weak with Vidinho. Brian's being Mech now out of Mech, but nonetheless, the pressure still remains. Can they actually survive this? No! It's now a 2 versus 1. What a fantastic pickup, because that was necessary there.
Oh, but he gets the trade. 1v1 now, and can Reese win this? If we see some good position, if he manages to get up the maps, maybe... Oh, actually, he's kind of scouting a bush when it's a 1v1. I'm not sure why he's doing that, and he can see him. But gets out of that back line now, slides into the bush, and now... Can I see Reese winning this? He's got to get the... Got to kind of survive until late game and then find some taps. But even then, Adinho surely got the upper hand.
As long as he doesn't take any of these taps, now it's going to be troublesome to do just that, because the gas coming in is going to force his hand. Nice watchtower gadget, though. Assume it's not going to connect, though. The Grom Bomb will not do anything at all, but they are pretty much equal in terms of HP. Can Reese now start to tap? One, he's going to land these perfectionly, and he does. Nice stuff from Team Queso. They start to bring back some fights.
Yeah, I mean, good from Team Queso, but I can't help but feel like he probably should have won that one. I'm not sure. I feel like we should have seen the Grom win that 1v1, but Kydog playing this right-hand side, just trying to pinch in. Oh, a little pull through the wall there with the walking cane. Not going to get too much done, but a little bit of a wall break along the way. They're not going to complain about that against the thrower. TP in now from JXC. Oh, there's a pullback that'll work. But the burn down damage, looking for the heal. He's going to go straight into him, and they still don't find him. They actually get one of their own on Adinho in a 3v1. Team Queso aren't losing that. They take the first game.
Where was this Team Kessler in the first set. I mean, it's a different team. It was such a night and day difference, really. They seemed in control, making fantastic plays left, right, and center. I mean, I love the way that they really capitalized on that Gray and that first early kill into the Byron, which led to so much. Now they can start to believe in themselves, because that first set, I felt like they were going to really struggle. Coming out the gate strong. I love to see it.
Yeah, looking to try and get that watchtower down so they're not visible. There's the gadget. Oh, brilliant gadget from Firecrew. Gets so much damage through. But Kydog very, very low, and Meg looking for a little bit of a pullback here, but not going to have it. I mean, Gray get the pullback there, and Meg looking for a super. But Adinho trying to lock them back. Oh, narrowly missed homemade recipe. TP in from JXCR. Walking K not going to be found. And another burn down from Firecrow. Might put the nail in the coffin, but doesn't find a connection. TP forwards from Reese. Looking for the wall, but Grombomb goes for it himself. Tries to catch him off guard, but doesn't find anything.
Brian now met for a second time. It's a 3 versus 2 now, and that's going to be a very, very tough thing. Brian, though, might get taken down here by Firecrow, and he does. Now Reese was full. He's actually going to be feeding quite a lot over. It might be better to try and dodge, and he is trying now, but will land a little bit of utility over to Kydog in the process. Now, 1 round. SSG is the first in this set so far, so let's see what they can do with this.
Oh, Pearl just going down the right hand side with some heals. That's going to go quite a long way. Jake's so low, gets the TP heal. I think he narrowly survives that 7-3-7. I mean, but he does waste his super on the way. But I mean, obviously you want to waste a super for the chance of surviving when you're 1 round down 2. But 2 supers for the size of SSG and only 1 for Brian, and he's got to be in very, very close range to even use it.
Yeah, SSG have got to start to value their lives just a bit as well here. They do not want to be able to choke these rounds, as if they can get this last one in, it'll be all tied up in this set. And for Team Kasu, opening up the map would be quite nice to be able to achieve realistically, but JXCR, no more gadgets available for him to do just that. If Reese can get something, maybe they can open things up early. That's a nice tap to do just that, and the positioning was perfect for it. Now Team Kasu have really got an opportunity.
Oh, TP in there as well. Watchtower placed down. JXCR gets killed though. A little bit of a trade out makes it a 2v2, but Firecrow he had the hypercharge activated, jump towards Adinho, and he's gonna get the kill. But seems like a slight overkill, but I don't know, maybe he got some wall break along the way, what he was going for. But Space Station are now equal with Team Queso within this game. Only 1 to even things out on sets for Team Queso.
Yeah, as quickly as that, honestly. And I mean, it's all credit to Team Kessler, but they've got to be able to secure it now. And these are the moments that SSG can start to dig deep and bring something out of the pocket here. So much of the map now opened up, though. It's going to be not an easy task. Reese now tapping into Firecrow. Kydog got a heal to hand here as well. So if he gets scrutinized too much, you can hand things over. Reese still trying to find a dinner into the mid. It's JXCR needs to get that portal in play realistically here, and he might be a couple of taps away from doing just that.
Well, Adinho is not going to be too happy about the lack of walls now, thanks to all this break from Reese and JXCR with his gadgets. But Brian, not having the best of times against the Grom himself. Firecrow looking to try and move forward after cooking up some more damage. Finds a couple of connections there into Reese, and Meg out of mech is not going to be good for the late game if it gets to that, because he falls really low and he's burning down as well. Shot comes through, down he goes. Firecrow looking to try and get a kill himself, not being traded out just yet. JXCR falls. Reese going to be following shortly behind him, and Space Station even things out. How close that was to Team Queso, bringing it back and even in the sets to now a good position for Space Station once more.
It's a very close back and forth affair, but I do feel like Team Kessler have got the winning comp here. If they just keep the map open quickly, then it just makes Space Station gaming much more vulnerable. And I think now Space Station are starting to bring things back into some form of order. Not going too heavily aggressive in the early moments like they were in that first opening game, but big tap already from recent to the beginning. They know exactly where Space Station are on the side of Team Kessler. Firecrow now down to 3,000. Brian in a fantastic spot. The Walking Cane comes in. Firecrow's going to be going down here, but the trade is there. Now it's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it was a nice little pullback from the Grey, but he did get traded out. Brian very low, almost falling out of mech here. 7-14, and Adinho looking for the kill to bring him out of it. Might find the connection, but 37 keeps him in it. Kydog tries to get a shot into Reese, but not able to get the connection. Now does, follows up with 1, and Reese having a bit of a tough time here. Pinch down on Brian instead, changing the target, and he's going to fall out of mech surely here. Splash missed, but the second shot of Adinho does connect. And now if they heal up and play this slow, I mean, they're not going to go for that. Double connection as well with the Grom Bomb. Lovely from Adinho. And what can Brian do here? Surely they just don't feed him and win.
Yeah, that's the plan, and Kyle will get the final tap in there as well. That round will go the way of Space Station Gaming. One more now to be 2-0 in sets, and that was not what I was expecting to say, honestly, with the way that Team Kesso really approached things at the beginning. I was going to say as well, I'm not a massive fan of this Grom pick, but then again, Athena might have just changed my mind as that kept Space Station Gaming alive.
Yeah, well, JXR does have a TP, can go aggressive towards, I'm sure it'll be the Grom or the Byron who he does choose. As the Pearl has quite a good defense against it, but he's just kind of rotating along with him, following him round, misses the Walking Cane as well. Still got some in the hand, and same with homemade recipes from Reese, so that's pretty helpful. Does use one there, and actually that's the last one he will have. Oh, great shots. Wow. Grom Bomb follows up, TP forwards, but he still gets the kill. Walking Cane missed again. Brian gonna come out of mech, surely. Oh, Gadget just keeps him in it, but Pinch is surely there. Down he goes out of it, follows up with the splash, which misses, but Fycro is not going to let that one slide. Actually, never mind, he does.
Wow, now a bundle of hurt coming in for Team Kesso in such a terrible position. Brian needs to get back in mech. JXL going on the aggressive, trying to make something of this, but it's going to be such an uphill struggle. It really is. There's the takedown on JXL. It's just Brian all alone, and SSG should surely now place the final nail in the coffin, and SSG do just that. 2 sets to 0 against the Odd. They up the gears. They got the set.
I mean, for a lot of that gameplay, I thought Team Queso were going to run away with it in 2 games. Never mind, all the way through, and Space Station actually managed to get it. So brilliant plays from them, but it was really, really nice. Stepping out of line sometimes. Grom finding some great shots on the side of Space Station Gaming. And overall, I think winning with that comp against what they were against, they do deserve that set win. But, I mean, 2-0, it doesn't feel like a 2-0 kind of game.
It doesn't, and that, for me, for all intents and purposes, was a Team Kesso set. And I'm sure that's how the team will be viewing it as well. That was theirs on a plate. And they kind of choked it a little bit. I mean, SSG, yeah, absolutely so, did pick up the pace. They started to make better plays, started to value their lives much more in the early moments. But, I mean, the way that Team Kesso approached it quickly, in such a night and day difference from that first set, it gave me a lot of hope in them. But I mean, that was definitely a set which they needed to win, really, because now being 2 sets down, it's going to be very tough to come back from this.
It really is. And I mean, against a team like SSG as well, if you're 2-0 down against a team who you're meant to beat, you're like, okay, let's just lock in, let's get it done, and let's make something happen. But against Space Station Gaming, who you're meant to lose against, let's be real, and they're 2-0 down, you've got to have some seriously strong mental not to let your mentality kind of waver in that moment and have your head go down.
That's a really valid point. And in that same regard, the way that Team Kesso came out of that first set, they did wipe the slate clean, and that can't be forgotten here. They did come back into the second set in a completely different mental, but now that mental was getting damaged more and more along the way. Statistically as well, I think they had a fantastic round with that Grom pick that I was a little bit skeptical of along the way. Just wasn't quite bringing it in too much. Towards the end, though, he really started to cycle in when it mattered most. 200 DPS for both him and Firecrow. Kydog a little bit on the lower side of things, but I mean, in comparison, the DPS was much higher on the side of Team Kesso, making a lot more plays for themselves, but the survivor ability really is what matters most in Knockout. Space Station Gaming overall were able to do just that.
I mean, they just played it much more controlled and cautious, whereas I feel like Team Queso were taking quite a few risks to try and guarantee themselves some kills. Some TPs here and there, but a lot of missed Walking Canes did cost them, I feel, in that second game. Yeah. There was just too many, and there wasn't as much wall breakers in that first one where they did manage to get, some rounds, some games on the board as well. So it's a bit difficult for Team Queso to swallow, but if they do draft as well as they had done just then, iron out some of those mistakes, I think they can maybe start to bring things back. I don't know if they're going to be able to kind of reverse sweep Space Station, but I have some hope.
Well, let's be honest, no one has been able to reverse sweep Space Station. Many people have not even been able to get a win over them at all. They are the back-to-back monthly final champions for that very reason. Sneaky Fields up next for Brawl Ball. And this is going to have to be a winning draw for Team Kesso. No two which ways to look about it. Let's see what they're going to be banning out here. Sandy, Angelo, and Melody, which I think the Melody has to be banned here. And the Sandy 69% of the time is also Jackie, though. Open here. Needs it is the brawler of choice for Space Station Gaming. They're also going to be banning out the Spike, the M's, and the Poco. Not meta brawlers by any means at all, but in South America, Spike is very much and always has been highly regarded. But that M's and Poco does, to me, say a bit of a story. Rico coming in for Team Kesso. It's certainly one of those very dominant brawlers when you're able to get your teammate, your opposition rather, on those back lines or in that corner, or behind the goal, it can really go to town, but you've got to get them there in the first place. That's the thing. Byron for Team Kesso doesn't strike me as the best Byron map, to be completely honest, Trav.
I'm gonna have to agree with you there.
It's a rarity that you do.
It actually is nowadays. But Mac's gonna come in from Space Station. I much prefer that pick, and especially with Anita, you kind of power up and move forward with some good aggression, get those bears, get the hypercharge as well, and then you can kind of just dominate. And obviously they do have this last pick too. Space Station still have that, and Shelly is going to be their last pick. Shelly, I doubted it for so long, but after watching MEA, I can't really doubt it again. It does just seem to just do well. It wins. So Team Queso they've got quite a hill to climb here.
I'm with you. I had Shelly kind of like collecting a bit of dust on the shelf for quite a while now, but I have now seen the light. And, you know, I think it's a great thing to have regardless, you know, even if there are no tanks on the other side of the field. For that same reason, I'm not sure why Otis is the pick for Team Queso. I mean, they can see the overall picture. Not massively certain as to where Otis lies in things. I mean, maybe just to deflate some of the aggression that Max is going to bring to the table and allow them more time to whittle them down in the eventuality of those big speed moments coming in. But I just don't think that that is the play myself. They're obviously scared to go in with tanks, and that's understandable. But certainly Otis, for me, has just not really been made to work. Maybe in gem grab and just a couple of moments and places to be played, but not my favorite of picks at all inside Team Cass. So let's see though, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Face shift's not going to actually keep them alive. It's a nice idea there from Kai Dog, but it didn't pay off as Brian will tick down both him and Firecrow now, leaving Adino all alone.
I mean, Adino's doing a good job of it.
Wow.
I mean, he's kept him out for quite a while, but eventually he is going to go down, and that's not going to be too good for the side of Space Station. Tap it. I mean, I'm sorry I doubted Byron if he's tapping this hard all the way through the game, because he's having a great start so far. Splash comes through, double hit as well. And he follows up with another shot. Firecrow's going to go down. Rico Super comes through, and I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry I doubted you, because you're putting on a show.
Making us eat our words in real time. We're literally convinced on the Byron pick in the first 45 seconds of play, but let's see how they fare under the pressure, because we haven't really seen that yet so far from Space Station Gaming. That's not the greatest of starts. Kydog will fall. Firecrow now really pinched between a 3 versus 1 scenario. It's going to leave Adino alone again. Space Station Gaming have got to get their defense together, and their control is just all over the place.
Yeah, Dino's gonna fall here, there's no doubt about that. Splash comes through, ball pocketed once more, but Firecrow's so low, and TQ just walking over them. Super takedown Kyodog. Someone's got to get the ball, but nobody goes for it. Just playing the patient game. Clay pitching from Adino here, just trying to push them out, but some heals from Brian. Really, really nice, and just keeps them in this offensive position.
Well, Space Station do need to get a goal in this scenario. 1 minute on the clock. I think they're going to break through there. Just find a connection onto Reese. Reese going to be able to use the super bounties to try to get himself back up to full HP, but he will go down regardless. JXCR misses the mute as well. Disastrous here, as Adino, if he gets the ball, can surely score this through. Let's see whether they fumble it at all. Whoa! Almost did, but just about in for Space Station.
I mean, in a goal that felt fully covered, I'm surprised he managed to find an angle there, but injection from Brian going to go straight through Kyodog there. Super miss from Reese. Not having the best time now that side's broken, but he's going to use the heal and the heal from Brian to be able to get something done. But Kyodog might want to just go for a goal here. Hypercharge going to be used. We've got the hypercharge from Adino as well. Super comes through, and how quickly that game changed. Match point to Space Station from a position of just pure domination from Team Queso to now being on match point.
It's always my concern. It's like when things get really hairy, can that Byron keep up the momentum? It's great on the offense, but on the defense, it really does struggle against that max speed and the Shelly. And she knew it, despite being on the back lines for the majority of that game. They really chose their moments. Kyodog not going to waste any time. Goes in, gets to take down the trade, though, is there. Adino is low. Pop the gadget, going to lose it. And there's a nice splash there from JXCR to secure that kill. As him and JXCR now can reposition themselves and go forwards here. Oh, a gadget used by Reese. There was a bit of an opportunity. Maybe, I think it was maybe too close to call realistically there. I think playing defensively was the better decision, but Team Kessel will struggle now as they start to then whittle down the HP on the side of SSG and get a much more affirming role. 2 supers to hand as well here, going in on the aggressive again.
I won't be surprised if we just see a wall break from Adino. Oh, they get control, so he's not going to go for it now, but the break there, the super and the walls go down. Space Station score, and Kyodog with a great slot in.
you know, Shelly picking Brawl Ball in moments like this, in maps that are just full of bushes, they're able to make fantastic plays. It's like a guaranteed certified goal, really. Risa not giving up that early on, finds a nice connection with the Firecrow. This is an aggressive push coming forwards. Jexio has the mute. Nice splash there from Brian, and the ball trickling, it's shooting off the line, and it is, as Firecrow puts it to safety.
Well, still pushing. JXR going forward now. Mute in the hand as well. Gonna miss it, though, and that's not going to be helpful. Hypercharge available from Kaido. Gets the ball back in the corner, and JXR falls. A super available from Adino, and Clay Pigeon activated as well. Not going to make use of Clay Pigeon. Just used it to maybe scare them off a bit, just like flashing super. Now Hypercharge ready to go, and Adino pushing up into the grass. All pressure just gone for Team Queso now, and it's SSG on the attack.
Dino is so dangerous. I'm pretty sure he's scored every single goal so far except for that pass, but he's still got the break, and that's what made it happen. Brian not going to find any results of that splash. Just things are starting to dwindle here for Team Queso again. They can just find a goal here just to secure it, but they are still in the lead regardless. It's Team Queso that really do need to bring back things back into order. With 30 seconds on the clock, no easy ask.
Kydog, speed in hand. Now they're trying to make the break for it, but Kydog's not going to allow it. He's hitting everything. Beaming, Brian surviving just narrowly, but Anita Bear coming down. Everything's there, and maybe a super shot would have been more better than Anita Bear at this point, but still surely going to be a goal. They're just burning the clock. Firecrow bouncing the ball back to himself. Little trick shot attempt there as well. 15 seconds on the clock. They corner the ball themselves. I don't know if they know it's done at this point, but SSG put the nail in the coffin. 3-0 as Team Queso fall down, and AQM go to the finals. AQM? SSG? Why am I saying AQM? I'm lost. I'm lost in the past.
Time machine, Travis. It's been working. Great stuff. It really was from a space station. Really just landed the mark, and you know, in times where they look like they might dwindle, they just fall back again tirelessly along the way. Some opportunities for Team Queso, no doubt about it. We're not able to secure things in knockout. Had they done that, maybe things might have looked a little bit different, but it wasn't to be. And Space Station looking better than ever, let's be honest.
I mean, that was pure brilliance. They took so much pressure against them from Team Queso in the early games, both of the early games to be fair, but they just persevered and they managed to get it done anyway. You know, Knockout started badly for SSG, they won it. Brawl Ball started badly for SSG, they won it, and they didn't have a bad start at all in Gem Grab, but they just dominated that all the way through. But like I said in the previous game, they're all going 3-0, but they don't feel like it.
I agree. I think for Team Queso, upon reflection, they'll look back and realize that they could have done a bit more with things. But it's these moments where SSG are just so dominant. I mean, look at that. I mean, there's just no time to really respond to it. I think it was kind of a bit over when it came to the draft. In all honesty, as soon as that Shelly showed his face with that max, you know, when a team's got super, there's so little that you can do in the defensive lines here because you just push back the entire time. And we saw it again and again and again. Some great moments. I think that, you know, Team Queso were building up steam, but in the end, Space Station Gaming prevailed, and again, it's looking like it could be another very respectful month for them.
Yeah, going for 3 in a row, SSG, and I mean, there doesn't seem to be any stopping them. 2 3-0s in a row now, and I can't help but feel the only team that's going to be able to stand in the way is MiniPekkas, and they haven't been able to stand in the way the past few months. So really, a good sign for SSG. 90 DPS and 0 kills for Firecrow. Bit of a bystander in that last set there, but still managed to pull through and get the win with him on their side. And, you know, no hate to Firecrow. It's a hard matchup, I understand that. Just 90 DPS and no kills is definitely not something you see every day for a winning side.
I mean, it just pretty much reiterates what I was saying, doesn't it? That Max and Shelly combo is just so fierce. You don't even need a third. They pretty much 2v3 the entire thing. Kydog is your MVP, as voted by you on event.brawlstars.com. He's been absolutely phenomenal this year so far. Last month he was amazing. This month as well, no different to it. Thoroughly deserving, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he's always playing on the absolute top of his game. Last month was so solid. This month so far so solid. Already heading to the finals. It's flown past. And I mean, it's all thanks to SSG playing as well as they are. Just 3-0, 3-0. There's just no stopping them.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, you know, if that game and that match is anything to go by, I mean, the grand finals is going to be very spicy. Indeed, we expected to see Space Station in it, but I mean, not necessarily looking as strong as they are today. I think that this is dominant. I mean, is there anyone that can stand in their way?
I mean, the only answer to that question is I think probably FA MiniPekkas have a chance, but the past 2 months they've had a chance and they haven't really pulled through. So SSG definitely in a strong position as they head on to the finals. 1 semi down, 1 to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Somebody likes soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Somebody likes soda.
Semifinal number 2 coming up, and we've got MiniPekkas versus UdP. And so an exciting one. MiniPekkas coming off of some dominance. UdP, though, coming off of an insane game that happened on the B stream. So we will talk about that as we take a gander at the bracket. But UdP, they are tired now, is what I would guess, Trav and Ark, because, I mean, we just heard they went 5 games and found the reverse sweep, and then MiniPekkas took them to match point every single game, Ark. That is, whew, I'm sweating after that one.
Yeah, I'm not happy. I'm not happy about it at all. I mean, I had my prediction fully set on my way course, and my boys, they let me down. I mean, we sort of differed on that match. We said, though, that it was going to be the closest and hardest of all the matches to predict, and we were right. So, in that regard, you know, I'll take a semi-victory on it. But, I mean, in regards to everything else, I mean, look at all the 3-0 sweeps we've had today. South America is just doing a speed run, it seems.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got at least one game that had a little bit of back and forth with UdP. Redu and MiniPekkas. So now moving into the semifinals, Space Station Gaming taking down Team Queso 3-0, and we've got MiniPekkas versus Redu PL right in front of us. And so this one should be interesting. I think MiniPekkas coming in here with, before the quarterfinals were done, I would say MiniPekkas coming in here with a ton of strength, with a ton of momentum. Hubi, Pekka, and Motep, for my money, the top card. I think that this team is one of the best teams in South America. They won number 2 at last month's monthly finals, Trav. And when I look at this roster, I mean, Pekka obviously steals a lot of the spotlight. Motep won MVP for last set. Hubi, though, I am just never not impressed by what Hubi brings to the table.
I mean, I'm never not impressed with what any of these guys bring to the table, to be fair. Like, all of them are just genuinely really, really solid players. And, you know, we were kind of discussing this, you know, Redu PL, sorry, they've just come off the back of a huge, you know, reverse sweep. Are they feeling absolutely on top of the world that they've just reverse swept, or are they feeling tired? And I was like, well, to be honest, I think MiniPekkas are just a better team anyway, so I think they're probably going to be able to win regardless. And I think that's the name of the game, really. I just think MiniPekkas are that team to be able to get to the finals month in, month out. And I hate to say it, but I think they're just destined to lose to SSG.
I mean, it's possible. We'll zoom out when we get there. Gotta highlight the Redu PL team, though. Kings of the Power League. The squad, as we said, just coming out of here, 5-game set. Just the consistent perseverance that it takes to make it to a 5-game set where you're consistently put with your back against the wall. Brawl, Ice Crow, and Lele or Ninja coming on through here. Arc, when we talk about these guys, Brawl certainly is an exciting player. Ice Crow, a little bit of an homage to our homie Fire Crow on top of the scene. So these are guys that have been around for a long time, and we're starting to see them put their wheels to the ground. We're seeing them make some steps, but Trav alludes to the idea that there might be some more steps to be taken.
Yeah, and I'd agree. I mean, you've got to think back to March where they didn't actually qualify for the monthly finals. That is obviously now trying to be made up for lost time. I mean, last month in the semi-finals, losing to this very team of FA MiniPekkas, but it was a very close match. We can't deny that. It was a 2-3 scoreline. And let's be honest, I mean, Redu PL could have actually maybe got the win there. And that's maybe hence why this vote is not too far apart in that respect.
We'll catch up with Trav a little bit later. We'll jump into Gem Grab a little bit right now, as we've got last stop right in front of us. And so Gem Grab, I find it fun to kind of start on a Gem Grab map as opposed to a knockout or whatnot, because at the end of the day, it's kind of classic quintessential Brawl. And so I think it really shows how you want to approach the general game as opposed to the meta-specific maps that Heist and other stuff brings. Angelo, first selection, as our bans are presented here. So no Lou, no Melody, no Crow, no Sandy, no Nani, and no Amber. The Lou ban. Are you surprised? Talk to me a little bit about the Lou ban.
I wish you could see my face when you said Lou, honestly, because it's so weird.
Dude, I like paused there. I hope everybody heard me like, the Lou? And I just like paused, like what?
Bit odd, but I mean, sometimes in scrims we see ideas and stuff that doesn't make itself known onto the, so I think it might be because the map looks like it might be Canal Grande instead of last stop for Gem Grab. That might be the firming presence on that mid. But still, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say ban worthy, but in this region, hey, it's a bit of a different meta. It makes some sense. It does deter a lot of tanks as well. So, I mean, it was quite successful in previous years in areas like North America as well. So I don't necessarily mind it too much. Pearl's going to have a good time with things. Can break some bush as well. Buster, of course, has the gadget, the slow-mo replay to be able to bring in your opposition and get some kills. I like the Charlie as well. Angelo, though, for me, is honestly such a strong pick. Now that I know that this is Canal Grande, ultimately that Brawl is going to have free reign of the mid, and we know what that can do.
Well, Byron going to be playing here as well. So Byron, Max, and Pearl, big damage coming out from the Pearl and the Max, bringing some speed, and the support Byron. We've seen Byron. Our first monthly finals here, we were like, well, the Byron. We're at the point now. We're at summertime, and I'm here for Byron. I like what's going on with him, so we'll see how it works here on this one. It looks like it will be last stop. Apologies for the confusion here, as the montage comes out to provide a little bit of cover as Redu PL take over mid control, and it looks like it's going to be a hard mid to wrestle back for MiniPekkas.
Well, now I'm really confused by the Luban, but hey, I mean, let's see how it pans out. So far, so good, it seems, for Raider Pla. I mean, they've got 5 gems in the pocket, and I think MiniPekkas are behind somewhat, now taking a bit more of a better role into the mid. But Bravo has got Cocoon to hand, and we know what that can achieve. Goes down there very quickly so as well, as MiniPekkas starting to make up some lost time, it seems.
Unsurprised that Raider were the first ones on the in the center with Montage, but this fight back here, I expected it to be a little bit more arduous for MiniPekkas, but able to make it happen. Pekka and Motep grouped up with Hubi, the big damage Pearl up top. And it looks like Lele versus Hubi, gonna go the way of Hubi. But Ice Crow on this Angelo. If you guys watch the B stream, you know where I'm going with this. Ice Crow has been dominant on this Angelo. Won a lot of the games from the last set. So definitely interested in what Mosquito Man's gonna be able to bring. Long range shot wins the duel between him and Pearl. But unfortunately, the teammate Buster loses the 2v1 down south. And so it's 8-5, MiniPekkas in the lead. Nobody with mids control.
Well, Crow just amping up his shots there, finds a nice connection there to Hublia. Now those hills will come in nicely for Ice Crow, as he is getting a lot of taps into that center part of the map. Hypercharge in for Bro, return, hypercharge from Pekka. And meanwhile, Motep falls, and Hublia is not going to be far away either. That's to be full control, and a chance to get on the countdown now for Raider PL.
10 gems in the pocket will count down from 15. MiniPekkas will be able to tie it with just the natural gems out of the center. So Raider PL do need to be a little bit more aggressive. There's the number 10 for the blue team, able to pick it up. Oh, but then a kill, and so a reset, and Lele trying to step forward. The Montage comes out to the left to block Pearl, but not to the bottom to block Motep. So they're not able to recover all of them. Blue team does the work and grabs it. That'll be 11 above 10, and there's a kill the other way. Red team goes down. MiniPekkas has all the gems.
Should be able to survive on now as Motep and Pekka far away from all the action. They're going to go for Hublia regardless, but it's not going to be enough here. I don't feel 5 seconds fall. There's 2 gems there, going to be 8, but still there's so many in the hands here of the MiniPekkas, so we'll take it. It was a nice reset of the gems there from the Charlie with the Cocoon, but it wasn't going to be enough at the end of the day, as every MiniPekkas really did come back swinging in that game, because they were behind in the early outset. An early sort of 5 or 6 gems into the pocket of their opposition. They really just kind of got themselves together again, realizing the comp is a very strong one in this scenario.
Yeah, from the beginning, I thought there would be a harder, I thought MiniPekkas would have to work harder to regain mid control, and they didn't. But then that second kind of half of the game, Raider PL, I thought were going to be able to take it. Definitely one I want to watch back and see how Pekkas was able to do so. So this is what I'm not surprised about. Angelo kind of targets a guy and it just falls over. You get a 3-on-2. Maybe gets the help from Montage. I'm not surprised when Raider PL open up the center control first. But then when MiniPekkas fights back, Raider PL need to be a little bit better on the defensive end, because this is what we keep seeing. Motep gets the kill here, pushes Raider PL out of center, and now it's MiniPekkas with mid control.
Well, good signs of aggression. Grease speed coming in as well from every MiniPekkas. Ice Crow rather going to be very low here in the mid. Forced back as Bravo takes the firming roll. Now pushed down to 524 HP himself. A nice montage coming in from Little Ninja, but not going to find a connection there onto Hubalia. Very tense at this present moment in time. There's a bit of a kill there onto Little Ninja, but these gems still in the middle being fought over. It's just Pekka alive on his own now. Bravo solo on the left-hand side as well, but Pekka's gonna be forced back. They've got to reconvene here and get the speed coming in.
Angelo just providing a ton of this burst damage. Every single one of these full drawn arrows winds up bringing a player down below half. 10-3, and this time MiniPekkas can't tie the game with the natural gems on the field, so a full retreat would be advisable for Ray. That said, one player goes down, 5 seconds left, and Pekka's gonna dash forward. 10 gems on Brabao, can bring him down, but he survives, 100 HP, and it's enough to bring this one for Ray du PL.
Nice stuff, really. I mean, again, every MiniPekkas is looking so fierce, but being able to find some of the holes, some of the lines in their defense which can be exploited there from Raider PL, and that's really great stuff. I mean, if they can just bring things back now into order, getting a game in this early instance, be one on the board at a very quick stage, and we know that this team can go all the way with FA MiniPekkas. They have done in previous months. taking it all the way to the 5th and final set. This is a great start, but they've got to keep this up.
Two spiders popped from Brawl already. Not really seeing what he's looking for there. And UdP not able to find themselves on the point in the middle just first, as opposed to game 1 and game 2. But Ice Crow doesn't need to be up close and personal. Finds that long range damage on 1. Whiffs on the 2nd. Has help though, and Pearl falls down despite Ice Crow missing. Nice target help from Brawl there. And UdP find themselves king of the castle one more time in the mid.
Good aggression there from Hubalea, but he will go down in the end. The Cocoon is there as well. Ice Crow, they're going to be having a nasty surprise as Pekka pops out, 900 HP, but he actually comes out on top. Wonderful taps there from Ice Crow, under a lot of pressure there to come out of things alive, realistically speaking. Motep has got the heal, but not enough time to get it off there either, and UdP now should be getting close to a countdown.
Pocket filled. Pekkas has to find the kills here, not going to be able to do it any other way. Lele has 1, so they're allowed to die, but the other 2 need to stay on their feet. Who begin 2v1'd? MiniPekkas getting 3v-none'd. UdP take the game and the set.
A surprising start, but a well-deserved one, let's be honest, by UdP. I mean, that was exactly how you want to go in to a semi-finals match. Very back and forth, very tense along the way, but that is a great result and not an easy one to obtain against a team like FA MiniPekkas. You know, this is really how it's done in South America.
We said it before that this one, MiniPekkas is definitely going to be sort of the upper card here, but there's a reason that we don't say de facto winner. You know, I absolutely think that UdP coming through can get this W. That's the way they're going to be able to do it as well. Just finding what their team's able to do and executing there strongly. So kind of much ado about nothing. They just hit the field harder, I think, when it comes down to it, Ark. I think they just played better Brawl.
Well, I mean that, but also, I mean, how, you know, in any world do you ban a Lou over an Angelo? I mean, and then it was Ice Crow that was really bringing home the goods on that very brawler. I really didn't understand that. I mean, if it was Canal Grande, it would have made a load more sense, but it wasn't. And maybe that's what they were thinking. They got the maps wrong themselves, and I just don't understand where Lou really fits in as a ban over Angelo, which we know dominates so much in the current meta. They handed it on a plate. It was over in the draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know, it's I don't want to agree that a single missed ban lost them the game, Ark. But I don't want to agree there. You know what it is? I earnestly don't think it lost them the game. That's the type of stuff that I think it's telling about the mindset. They're thinking elsewhere. Maybe there's an esoteric strategy that Lou has showed up with in South America. Maybe scrim results have but maybe they're just thinking too deep. At the end of the day, what's on the surface of the meta? A 14 kill Angelo. We know he does that. So yeah, and for those of you that checked out the B stream earlier today, Ice Crow particularly adept at piloting the Angelo pick, so certainly an issue here for MiniPekkas. Could just be a one and done though. I think the oddball accidental Lou ban. You know what? What's left or right to it? Maybe it was a misclick. I don't know. Having fun here, but the idea could be a throwaway. Maybe it's just one. Maybe it won't happen as we go forward into, I believe, parallel plays is in front of us. So we'll see how things kind of change up here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Lou ban. I mean, an Angelo ban.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's wise. I mean, if it was a misclick, I mean, that's the stats to show why you don't do misclicks in the semifinals of the BSP. Yeah. Really, I mean, Angelo can absolutely tear things up in this middle here. We saw it yesterday in the EMEA region. Some great results, some great win rates for that very brawler. You've got to ban it. You can't misclick it. I'm not saying it was or wasn't, but that brawler, it tears things up. 72% as well on event.brawlstars.com did side with FA MiniPekkas to take this win. So far, UdP with 28% still, though. Nonetheless, I've got the first set in the pocket. So let's see if they keep it up going into parallel plays. But certainly a map which can cater a lot to those lane sides on the aggression side, getting on the zone. Having Melody Band has got to be a must here for me, and it is by UdP, alongside the Angelo and the Sandy. Nice thinking from them. The Larry and Laurie, the Sandy and the Byron for FA MiniPekkas. Stu is their first pick. They still want to have that kind of speedy brawler on the zone, it seems. Some others can get some good results, like Sam, for example, has that bit more of an aggressive stance, but certainly Melody is that heaviest hitter when it comes to staying on the zone consistently. So, Jackie, that was a brawler that I didn't expect to see on this map.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see Jackie here. And again, this is parallel plays, not that one. So we will see how this one works out. Nita going to be selected one more time. And Nita's a character in other modes. I'm always very excited to see Nita here. Nita has leveled up as far as how attractive she is on this map in particular. I think the Bears is powerful, but it always feels weird for me to see her as opposed to some of the picks like the Ambers. At the end of the day, though, she is very valuable, so you got to change it up. Stu selected first and foremost, just looking to dash around and outplay the opposition. We haven't got a chance to see much of him because we keep watching SSG, and Kyle Dog's just not allowed to play Stu. So excited to see Stu selected here. Last pick for the MiniPekkas, as they've got the Dasher and the Fire Girl.
Interestingly, Miko is one of the most banned brawlers for this region on this very map. I'm not sure whether it's on the minds of MiniPekkas here.
Oh, wow.
I prefer other ideas myself. I mean, but the one thing I will say is that UdP have got a lot lacking of range going on here, and I hope that doesn't kind of go against them in that regard, and they have something else in the pocket to line up with this idea and this comp that is forming, because, yeah, that's my bit of a reservation there. Spike is a very safe pair of hands in South America, and I don't mind it, but it's just not very flashy. It's not very exciting. I think Jesse can get some great results on the lane side, Gene as well, to be able to really have the vision gear and ensure a bit of a decent defense sometimes. But I mean, it's not a bad brawler by any means. Kit, though, interesting ideas coming into play from UdP.
Yeah, Kit's an interesting choice. You heard me gushing about Kit earlier in our knockout matches. I think she fundamentally changes the way the game is played, but a much different world when it comes down to the hot zone. I don't think in knockout you're just doing the wrong thing if you're not squatting up with a teammate. Here, I think Kit can kind of play by herself a little bit more. It's going to be Stu with the 2v1, and it's going to be Stu immediately losing the 2v1 on the top side. Pekka and Motep protect themselves against Lele as well, so it's 15-ish all.
I mean, I quite like it. I mean, the combination of Kit with the Jackie could be really tough to shake off the zone. Jackie can just kind of sit there and stay there, and Kit can throw over the walls, but so far they're not really able to make it work. But now the connection is there. Let's see how they fare down that bottom left-hand side in just a moment. Motep, though, and Hubelia on the side of FA MiniPekkas doing a great job on that zone, and this is where Pekka is going to have his work cut out for him. For that reason, Motep comes back.
There's Jackie going to work, trying to find one, and Jackie's able to find the kill, but Pekka deals with Kit on the bottom side. On the top, it's the 1-to-1. The Shiba Nita versus the Stu. Stu's distracted, turns around, able to deal with the Kit. And on the bottom side, well, Pekka's going to town as well. Everything coming up Millhouse for the MiniPekkas, as they've got the top zone and the bottom zone just enough to win the game here. So game one in the bank for MiniPekkas.
Good stuff. A nice return there. MiniPekkas were behind and now starting to show that they've got some control here, to be said. But I think things aren't all over yet here for UdP. I think this comp is an idea. It's definitely got some strong attributes to it, but it just didn't kind of work out in the beginning, and the start for them in that last game just wasn't quite there at all. The kick got taken out very quickly early on, and then Pekka was able to deal with both on that zone. I think, though, if UdP can get that connection and really certify that Jackie on the zone with the Kit, then they might have a much better time. They're going for it. Look at all three members rushing for the zone, and Kit now has super.
I like this approach a little bit better. I agree here. Hubi trying to dash on through the snow. Not going to make it happen, though. And UdP trailing, as they have not paid attention to that top side zone. But they're able to be a little bit more aggressive here, winning the fight on the right side of the map, losing the fight on the left side. I think they really needed their third teammate to find this W, and unable to. But now Lele and Brawl here on the point. Trailing by 30 though, as it's 25 to 55.
In the meanwhile, I think MiniPekkas have got some nice positioning there. They've got a lot of that bottom zone as well. Not going to find a connection there for Pekka. Lily Ninja just dancing around it as well. Ice Crow now has got Bruce to hand too. I think things could be quite close here, especially because UdP will want that bottom zone towards the end. If they can defend it well, then it could be tough. But Motep, made light work of that now, and this is looking like a MiniPekkas round if I've ever seen one. But let's see what UdP can do on this top side.
Hot zone fully captured. And 89% is something you can kind of work against. It's when it gets to like 95, 92 even, that this is the last moment that you have to play with, essentially. And so we see Ray ticking up now, 83%, while the MiniPekkas are stuck on that 89, denying entry to the point. But there's the tick up, Stu making it happen, 97%. If they take down Stu, it won't matter because Pekka's here as well. And so, almost, close, you coulda, you mighta, but it didn't happen. MiniPekkas finds this one again.
Very close towards the end though, when the kid just got onto the zone using the cardboard box gadget. I thought that it might have happened, and credit to the Stu because they had to remain on that zone. If that Stu went down, it could have shifted over, and UdP might have had an open door there to be able to stay in this set. It wasn't the case, and FA MiniPekkas brought things back to order, but we are all tied up. I mean, historically, this has always been one of the closest kind of matchups in this region, and this month proving to be the same story.
Which, thank you. Listen, I'm sure a lot of people are happy to see a bunch of 3-0 sweeps, but I want to see some Brawl. And our B-Stream casters got to see some Brawl. We got blessed with 3-0s all day. So we got some back and forth here between MiniPekkas and UdP. We also have a little bit of a step up. I think Ray is playing really well in a way that some people might not have expected. And so strong stuff coming out of UdP. This time around though, obviously MiniPekkas are able to take this one and run with it. And I got to double what you said here. Hubi, I think we're actually watching one of the unfortunate moments for Hubi, but Hubi actually was a big part of that last minute push. If Hubi is not going to be there, I don't know that MiniPekkas are able to kind of win this game. So, I mean, no, I know for a fact because Pekka came out a little bit later. And then UdP are going to be able to walk down the bottom. So yeah, Hubi integral to this victory and ties it up 1-1 as we move on to our third set.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you've got 0 kills, but it doesn't matter. It's about the objective. And if you went down on that zone at the end, it would have been a game going the way of UdP. They would have stayed in the set and we would have been battling out in the third game. That wasn't the case. And sometimes that's what it takes, just simply to evade, simply just to kind of be present on that zone and getting in the objective for your squad. Haven't got to get the kills necessarily if you're able to dance around the situation. And that's what his role was in that game. And he knew that as well. So, I mean, this is great back and forth. We wanted this. We're getting this. UdP taking the L in the second set, but center stage up next for Brawl Ball could be different for them, and it opens itself up to a lot of aggressive ideas, let's be honest, and that's where Lele can really come into play.
I love that you mentioned Lele there, because I want to bring up a little bit of some of the stuff that Nighttime Clasher, who got a chance to watch that B-Stream matchup, bringing out the idea that Lele is really strong on these aggressive tanks, and I think this is a map where aggro tanks really excel. You know, we see a lot of the Nidas, we see a lot of honestly, a lot of these characters can excel. Sandy going to be first selection, no surprise here. The Sandys, the Pocos, anybody that can really like widespread sweep, I think does well here. And with an Amber ban, a Spike ban, a Surge ban, seeing the Sandy first selection overall, unsurprising. And then UdP picking up the Rosa, which might be piloted by the Lele, like we were talking about with respect to those aggro tanks.
I'm still a bit surprised that, honestly, well, I was surprised that Gale's come in, but I'm also a bit surprised that Angela's kind of banned on this map. I mean, the Brawler certainly is one of the strongest in the meta, no doubt about it. Is this an Angelo map? Well, I'm not necessarily too convinced. I mean, it's quite hard to necessarily know what's going on unless you break a lot of the bush. Rico with a 75% ban rate makes a lot of sense to pick it on the side of FA MiniPekkas with the Sandy as well. I quite like those ideas, but got to land a lot of shots into that Rose to be able to whistle her down. That's why they're kind of pairing the Gale with the Rose on the other side of things on UdP, because they know that Gale is a strong answer to Rosa, but they are forced to then double down with it by having it, and not necessarily going to always work into what they're facing off against. So it's nice to have when you've got it on your side. Definitely don't want to be going into it, but it might be forcing the ideas a bit more against them and more in the favor of FA MiniPekkas here. I mean, the Max here, combined with the Sandy, is my cup of tea.
Well, it's going to be the Shelly instead.
That's my coffee, I'll take it.
yeah, it's gonna be the Shelly instead. You know, the Gale is always a surprising pick because you just don't see the old man that much. But it's a surprising pick that I very rarely am upset to see. You know, providing a ton of control, providing a wide range of control as well. Especially when we talk about an objective-oriented game mode like Brawl Ball. It doesn't matter if he winds up with 0 kills as long as he's able to freeze the defense and make open areas to find the victories. Larry and Laurie coming on through here. That's my input. I mean, not a terrible map for LNL, but not exactly one that I have at the top of my notebook.
Why not Max? You know, Max speed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, that is just going to be such a difficult thing to face. Sure, they've got the Shelly, right? I mean, but that was there before, and it's always going to have a great time into the Rosa. So you kind of want that Max speed to be able to try and evade it, to be able to try to overthrow it somewhat. But Larry and Laurie, I mean, sure, I get it. You know, Laurie's going to be able to seek a little bit more into the bush, but great start already for Bro there, just being able to then use the unfriendly British gadget, get some slow off and get some immediate visibility. But I think a bit of a miss. I mean, it's not a bad Brawl by any means at all. Larry and Laurie gets a lot of great control and a lot of great attributes, but I don't know, I think they might have missed a trick there.
You know, you mentioned the vision thing, which yes, but you know, to that, like, this isn't a team that's reliant on staying in the bushes. Like, they're not hard tank characters, and so with a lack of tank brawlers that rely on the bushes, Larry and Laurie's advantage, that is the vision. MiniPekkas finding an opening here, might not be able to score as everybody from UdP is alive and healthy, and Bravow's gonna go ahead and corner the ball, but Motep, Pekka, and Hubi all team shoot and just bring them down. Knowing Lele is going to respawn, though, not looking to push forward and find that goal.
Wasn't really sure why Motep didn't want to go for the ball there, and it's a great opportunity to. There's only one player. Pekka, though, gets one, gets two. What a pickup for him! Now zooming for the ball, the pass through, and this goal is going to be there for Hubi. It took a little bit of time for it, but it's trickling down the clock to give them the best possible chance of the win. The goal is the goal, and that is there. It's now down to UdP to return it.
And trouble for MiniPekkas as Ray's able to push forward. Larry and Laurie both on the field now. Go ahead and swap positions, but doesn't seem to matter. MiniPekkas just ignore everything that Ray were able to do there. Finally finding a kill as a result of the Gale assist onto the Rosa. And Ice Crow finds the goal. I was unsure if Hubi was going to be able to spawn in time. The answer is obviously no, as we're tied up at 40 seconds left.
Yeah, bit of a miss there for FA MiniPekkas. I think I have to watch it back, but I think that could have been defended against. Pekka going in here, but the ball was pushed forwards. If Ice Crow can creep in, he might be able to find something here. Motep is low as well, but Hubi has got the hyper charge, and if he gets super as well, it might help out dramatically here. If we get the ball to clearance, I think it's the wise call. Now comes in the hyper charge and the super, which will give him a lot of shielding for his teammates to get back into the thick of things. Pekka again with a lovely shell shock, and I'm sure he's not done yet.
Not at all. Ice Crow trying to find a little bit of better positioning against the Hubi, but doesn't really work out for him, as Hubi is really looking, should be close to another super pretty soon, and there it is. MiniPekkas, it doesn't matter though. Brawl comes through, and again, almost gets it done. I got a little excited, but MiniPekkas, they don't. They calm down, they ease their breathing, and 2 against 1, yeah, it's going to go the way of MiniPekkas every time. So a game win for them one more time, and a nice look on Brawl Ball, but I'll be honest, Ark, it didn't seem so clean.
Now, a great footwork towards the end. You can't deny that. I love Motep as well, was utilizing that ball into the very last second and getting immense value for it. Not going to do the same there, however. Gets a big miss, and Pekka utilizing the gadget there. The clay pigeon's going to be able to have that additional range and that closed cone shot, and Ninja just got a bit off lightly as it ran out just the nick of time there, but now Pekka in the goal scoring position here. Let's not joke around the bush. Now getting cycling onto Bravo there. That super keeps him in the mix. Now one pass and this is a goal.
One more, passes it directly. Nice defense coming out from LNL. Might have been able to make that play. But good defense from Ray. Ball finds itself on MiniPekkas' side of the field. Still scoreless after a little bit of gameplay, $130 or so, $140 to be specific on the timer. Ball in left lane. Trying to find some positioning. MiniPekkas kind of have possession, but they're not committing to it just yet. And just like that, Motep steps back, and it's Ray that are going to be able to pick up the ball. Rabow ticked down. Great play from the Rico, and essentially takes down the Rosa.
Well, things resetting just a little bit back into the mid. Ice-Cream not done yet. Finds Motep, throws out the Lorry, and now trying to get this ball forwards, but Pekka is still so dangerous. Now it's Super as well, fed over, and the hypercharge. Hooper just using the Sandstorm to try to drift his way forwards here under the cover, but peeked out. Pekka straight on Bravo. Surprise! 3 consecutive supers, and that's why you want to bring a Shelly to a Rosa fight.
Just fantastic. Pekka uses the cover of the invisibility to walk up the map and just stands next to the Rosa, and goes to town. Takes down the tank, walks on forward, scores the goal. Now looking to do it one more time. Pekka shows up, taking down Lele. Looking for Brabao, finds him, but this time the Rosa has that super available. And it still goes the way of Pekka. The tank goes down, 2-on-1. Pass to the left-hand side, and the Gale push is great. That saves the game.
Huge tabs. Bravo trying to come in here. Motep, the last man standing. This is a very cautious time here for MiniPekkas, and they all go down. This goal should be in just the nick of time. If it's not fumbled, which it isn't, we'll go into overtime.
Oh my goodness. You know, when I said saved the game, I was like, I mean for now, because clearly they're going to win. But UdP have no intentions of giving up just yet, tying the game, bringing us to OT. And nothing stands in their way now except for Pekka. 1 goes down to the hand of the Shelly. 2 goes down to the hand of the Shelly. Shelly gets pushed by the Gale and scores it, bringing it home. That's set number 2 for MiniPekkas.
What a game for Pekka. I mean, unbelievable stuff. And can we just remind ourselves of the draft? First pick, Sandy, countered then by UdP with the follow-up of the Rosa and the Gale. Why not Rosa and Shelly? I mean, that's kind of what I'm left questioning, because you can't give Pekka a Shelly. I mean, I can't wait for these stats, but what a game. It wasn't the cleanest. A couple of late goals being conceded on the side of FA MiniPekkas for sure. But that overtime never really came back to harm them. They were able to seal it and get through that set, come out on top 2-1. But what a match. I mean, Pekka was unstoppable on that Shelly pick.
Yeah, Shelly really assisted by the Sandy. That coverage that the invisibility provides is such a big deal to allow Shelly to walk up the map and get the job done. It led directly to at least 1 kill onto the Rosa. That right there, by the way, fantastic team play. Brawl ball specific. I just like to see them share the ball like that. It's cool to watch.
That slow there as well caught out Lily Ninja as well, enabled them to get the Gale takedown off the back of it too, and you just get cycling time and time again. Some lovely little bit of footwork. I mean, that's the +3 blow there, but it wasn't enough to really stop anything anyway. Gale is just not in a good place. He really isn't. I mean, look at that. That in itself is the absolute epitome of what I'm saying. One takedown for the Gale to the 16 of the Shelly. Now, which do you think is maybe the better tank count draft in this scenario?
I mean, be nice. He's an old man. You know, he's trying his best. I will be the Gale defender. I do I'm not sitting here saying that Redu had the better draft whatsoever, Ark. But I think that Gale does provide something valuable to the composition. If you ask me, I think the Larry and Laurie was kind of the odd man. Yeah, I see the 6 takedowns. I understand. But I think the Gale, I get it.
Sleep, mate. Let him sleep. I think what you're saying resonates a lot. I think that Larry and Laurie wasn't great either. It was a very bad draft for UdP.
Yeah. Not the best draft, honestly. I don't, I mean, I'll just ask you straight up and down. Did that draft lose this match?
Oh yeah, for me, absolutely. So I mean, they were able to bring it back and make it into those overtime scenarios, and that wasn't looking likely, but they were able to do it. So it wasn't hopeless by any means. I mean, Gale can have a great amount of defensiveness as well. You know, having that twister gadget on the ball in the corner, I mean, you just can't even touch it. I mean, they didn't really even get a chance to bring those moments into play. I think they've got to be much more cautious when it comes to their draft. For me, FA MiniPekkas now really are starting to make strides and going into bounty now and hideout. I mean, this again got to be a winning draft for UdP. I mean, they have taken it all the way to the 5th and final set against this very team in the past. Let's see if they can do it again.
Find out a fun map to play bounty on. I think it's interesting the way you still can play your sharpshooters, particularly on the left and the right, but that the middle sharpshooter, the mid Byron, doesn't super excel here. You do see it sometimes, but doesn't super excel the way it does on more open maps. You generally see your long-range snipers on the left and the right. In the mid, though, it enables throwers to be able to be played in a world where we might not actually see them be played. And so to that, I guess we say goodbye to the kit. The RT and the Bell for the long-range stuff, and there's the Byron first selection overall. He might wind up in the mid. Like I said, it's not the same as a pure open map, but he still can help out his teammates sitting in the mid, being able to heal both sides.
Buster coming in now. It's an interesting brawler to have. I mean, we've seen it combined with the kit already today, but that kit being banned makes me question it somewhat. But again, the Melody wide open here. No one wants to really pick it just yet. I think the Byron makes a lot more sense. Combining the Grey with the Buster, it's not a bad idea, but Melody, for the most part, could be more considered as a pickup. I mean, the Grey can TP away, but your teammates might still be in issues regardless of that. But let's see now whether it's on the minds of FA MiniPekkas. I do like that RT ban, by the way. I've said it a lot this weekend, I know, but I think that brawler specifically in modes like Bounty and Knockout really has come much more now into the meta. We haven't really seen it played at all, but it's often banned alongside that Surge pick on other maps too, which is quite interesting to see. But I think the Angelo's a must ban here alongside that Max and that Gene, so I like that Pearl gonna come in for FA MiniPekkas. It can get some great work done on this map, so I don't necessarily mind it. With the heals of the Byron as well, she's gonna be a very tanky girl.
I like the, you know, also sort of a side note about the Buster Grey. That's a pull on a pull. You get the slow-mo into the cane. That's going to be pretty annoying as far as displacement is concerned. My mind always in any ability that makes you do something you don't want to do, like a pull, is always very interesting to me. So having two of them on your side, certainly a nice look here. But you don't want to pull the bag. That is the Brawler with 2 lives. So heavy DPS out of the Pearl, a strong front line out of the Meg, and some supplemental healing out of the Byron. This is a strong 3-person composition, three-player composition that I think is interesting. I'm going to be eager to watch how the individual lanes work, or if we see that. Because sometimes we see Byron team up with a Brawler and play 2v1, and then the other side, like, so I think we might see Meg by themselves and then Pearl and Byron team up. Might be an interesting look there. And then Lelio Ninja locking in. We'll see if they pilot it, but the Larry and Laurie showing up here, as I said, those L's that find themselves in the middle of the map there provide a little bit of coverage for these throwers. And so we'll see how it all shakes up here. Arc is jumping on in. Pekka looking for the mid, and it's going to be the Byron and the Pearl teaming up here on the left / mid, while the entirety of UdP teaming up on the right side to deal with Meg.
The big missed walking cane to start things off, but they have found Hublea right into the corner, but Pekka's going to be able to really pick up the scraps here. I'm not really sure what the plan was for UdP, dropping like flies. I mean, it was a great flank around, but they should have seen that one coming. You can't just all force the Meg into the corner, because you got to deal with 2 other people following that, and they weren't ready for it.
Yeah, I think maybe they thought if they took down the Meg real quick and didn't die right away that they'd be able to put themselves in an advantageous position, but they did die right away, so oh well, GG. Great wall break here by MiniPekkas as well to deny that safety of Larry and Laurie, and they're just following the dominoes. It's 14 stars already, and they've been doing the X's and O's strategy work. Man, MiniPekkas, this is the most dominant they've looked today.
Tuska disgusting. I mean, absolutely disgusting. Rady PL, pick up your feet. What are you doing? Oh, chicken like this, you can't do that. What is going through their minds? They're just handling it on a platter at this point for MiniPekkas. What are they doing? This is bounty, guys. Kills and deaths matter.
Oh no, man! You know, I'll give you guys a little bit of like behind the scenes look. You know, listen, we never lie, but I try to balance out my co-commentator, and like, you know, Ark's like, what are they doing? So I want to kind of provide a little bit of maybe what they're doing. I got nothing, dude. I don't know what just happened there. Game 1, not what Ray want to see, but they do the same thing here in Game 2. They death ball, they group up, and they look for Hoobie on the mag, and they get it down. But now, they're pinched, they're punched, they punish the other way around, though. I love that movement from Brawl, and if they can make it on out, one will, but the Buster won't. So it's 7-10, and Ray do have the lead. I think the idea of killing that Meg first and getting out didn't work out 100% this time, Ark, but it worked out better than it did last time.
They have the lead, but honestly, I don't know how. I really don't at this point. But they do feel like they're flapping a little bit, panicking somewhat. I wonder whether they get things under control now with the help of that Buster montage. Ice Crow low here will go down as well to Pekka. 10v10 now as well. 13 stars, so handed back over to Rady PL to the 10 of FA MiniPekkas. Now a huge TP in as well, 15 to 20. It's FA MiniPekkas that are now faltering.
What an interesting approach here from UdP PL. It's worked out this game so far. 5 away from bringing it home, and of course 5 above their direct opposition as well. TP to the back line is Lele bringing down Hoobie out of the mech, but not into the ground. Still 17 to 13 with half a minute to go. That is a lifetime of time. And so Ray, close. They could be turned on here as Motep walks forward, grabs one, 15 to 17. That's game.
Splash, but there on the left-hand side will be the game. Rady PL come back strong, but I am still very worried. I'm very much on the fence at the moment.
No. I get it.
Strong. But you got to play it in a way that's conformed, you know?
I get it. I get what they're doing. So, so often we see such a metered approach in Bounty. We see like the West loves to play lane v lane v lane. This is a death ball. UdP PL are grouping up as 3, targeting a guy, and moving on. They don't want to split up. They don't want to spread out. They don't want to do this. They want to group up behind that montage and kill a guy and keep doing that. And that worked out for them in Game 2. This time around, we see a little bit of a spread, and as a result, they're falling down a little bit. But I see the method to their madness. I really do. I don't know if it's going to win them the game, Ark, but I think I get it.
We shall see. Montage coming in for Bravo now. All 3 members of FA MiniPekkas now pushed back into the corner. Flank, but not really finding the shots here at all. And the HP is very much there. I mean, Hoobie is out the mech. Now falls though on the left-hand side. Pekka, that's proved costly. But the blue star still is with FA MiniPekkas. They still have the lead.
Gray here providing the TP. So the problem is Buster keeps walking up front and they want the teammates to fall behind and follow up with the damage, but Buster is forced to use the montage earlier than he would like. His teammates fall in line a little bit later because that montage is already down and he has to find a new one. So UdP PL need to be grouped up quicker, drop that montage, and then find those kills immediately. The longer they linger, the worse it looks. There.
Hoobie back in mech. And now, that top side, Ice Crew quite low here, but the slow-mo replay there from Bravo just sucking Hoobie. Much needed heals there from Motion as well, though. And in the meanwhile, Ice Crew actually will go down there. In the meanwhile, just going through the motions of the gadget as well. There's 25 seconds left on the clock. I mean, UdP PL have got to get some kills to stay in this, or it's going to be FA MiniPekkas going to the grand final.
Brawl drops the montage again a little bit early, but does get the kill onto Pekka. I think he used the gadget there to vacuum him on in. Another shield dropped here by Brawl, trying to fight on back. Lele on bottom, taken down. Brawl up top, taken down. That's match. 18 stars here for the MiniPekkas. They're going to be able to take this one, and we go on to a Game 3.
Well, I think that should be the win, no? I think that should be them going to the grand finals, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my goodness, I apologize. That's totally on me. Yeah, that's enough to make it to the finals for MiniPekkas. Oh man, I feel miserable. I guess I just got so excited about this death ball composition coming out from Raid UPL. It almost got there, but ultimately it's Motep and his squad that are going to get there and bring themselves to the finals. Thank you, Ark, for helping me out there. It happens every once in a while, folks.
Set, to be fair. There was a lot going on, let's be honest. But I mean, I was hoping for Raid UPL to bring something more to the table there. I mean, I can understand the method behind the madness, but I mean, you know, when you're looking at the situation for what it is and you're behind in that scenario, you can't really approach it with that kind of strategy. I admire it. I think it can work, but I mean, it really is a very risky thing to do. And the second game, it started to get a little bit more apparent as to what they were going for. They got some good results, but I just think you can't really afford to risk things when there's that much riding on it. And I mean, that was probably one of the fastest bounty games I've ever seen that first time round. I mean, I want to watch it back. It was wonderful to watch everyone burn down, to be completely honest. It's a rarity that you get to see because most teams are much more reserved. They were just honestly dropping like flies. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that was the idea. The idea was for Raid to not be passive, to just be full aggressive. Risky, yeah, I agree that it's risky. I think it's more that it's execution heavy, if you want to sound like a caster. It's harder to play, if you want to just talk plainly. This is harder to play. It might be easier to kind of play the traditional, you know, we're going to group Byron with our heavy DPS and put our tank by itself and just kind of play long lane, long range. It's going to be more difficult to group up and time your montage with all the exported damage. And we saw what happens when you play more difficult to perform with composition. It just didn't work out. A lot of their plans wound up being staggered, and if you're not doing it together, you're not doing it at all with a composition like this. And so as a result, for Brawl, Icecrow, and Lele, we saw some good stuff, but not enough to get them to that grand finals. MiniPekkas earns their right all the way there in spectacular fashion, to be honest with you. Like you said, a highlight reel of a bounty set. So they'll be moving on, facing off against Space Station Gaming in the grand finals.
10 for Motep, what a round. I mean, really, I mean, that's as well just the kills. That's not even talking about the heals that he was doing to keep the team afloat along the way as well. I mean, he was juggling his tasks, and yeah, rightly so. MVP for that one, because I mean, he was all over the place in a good way for his team there, keeping everyone afloat, getting the kills, getting it done, and getting to those grand finals. A wonderful day so far for FA MiniPekkas, but now the question remains, can they seal the deal? Can they do the unthinkable and topple the #1 in this region, which is Space Station Gaming?
Well, you're right. That is the question. They took down the Kings of Power League. Can they take down the Kings of South America? I mean, that's really what Space Station Gaming have solidified themselves as. They very rarely show up, or they very rarely don't show up. So if you put your predictions in as Space Station on event.brawlstars.com, it probably bodes well for you up to this point. But now it's finals time. Now everything changes, everything matters. We've got them for you right after this.
Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Sorry, Paula. Maybe we can try again if we get more comments.
It's happening!
What the? Yeah, so I was thinking at least chicken, and then chicken, and then...
I want barbarian. Barbarian.
Sure, that'll work. Oh, hey, look at this. The buttons are here. We should maybe...
Take it easy.
No.
Let's take it easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where were we? Chicken, chicken.
Barbarian.
Barbarian.
Come on, Ilka, you can do it! Yes, do it. Press it. No, not that one. Yes! Oh, Squadbusters is going global!
Welcome to the BSC, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's finals time in South America, and we've got you here for it. It's FDOT, it's Trav, it's Arc, and as I said, it's the finals. Space Station Gaming, the #1 team in the region, going up against the MiniPekkas, free agents, by the way, and they are certainly no slouches either. Some strong 3-0s on Space Station's way to get here, and, well, MiniPekkas have kind of taken their opponents to the cleaners as well, Trav. It's been a fun day as far as the entire bracket is concerned. A lot of these sweeps that we've seen, but that just means we've seen good Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I mean, so many sweeps. Team Case has started off with the sweep. Space Station swept, MiniPekkas swept. UdP didn't, but they still managed to get through to the semis. Then we saw another sweep where Space Station beat Team Case in the semi-finals, and the other one, MiniPekkas weren't as comfortable as UdP did take a set there. Now we find the grand finals of Space Station Gaming versus FA MiniPekkas, and I can't help but just be like, I'm siding with Space Station just purely because FA MiniPekkas just felt like they've had a bit more resistance.
Arc?
He's saying purely because, but what he's saying really, after is he knows if he goes FA MiniPekkas and he's, you know, then you're going to come out on top in the predictions. I'm going to still be slightly behind, and that's what makes him certified able to be the top of the predictions this month.
Well, let's roll those predictions, shall we? Since I'm on top.
Mate.
I mean, I'm certainly looking cute, feeling cute, and Trav over there. Wait a second.
I'm also feeling quite cute.
No!
Play it safe, mate.
Misleading. I thought I came in. Oh man, I came in here thinking I was #1, and I'm just forever tied with Trav. Oh well.
I mean, that's a good place to be. It's a good place to be, if you ask me, because my predictions are usually quite good. So tied with me is such an achievement.
That is fair. That is fair. Now, Arc, you know what? I respect it. I think the UdP versus MiniPekkas matchup was really like coin flip is disrespectful, but it was really tightly matched. And to be fair, I mean, Arc, that one, our sister stream, the B stream, got it covered. We didn't get a chance to see it here on the main broadcast, but that one went 5, and MiniPekkas brought them to a match point multiple times. I mean, that's as close as you can get. So, I mean, haha, I'm better than you. But if we want to like be serious about it and not so jokey, I mean, that was very, very close to going the other way, and I got to put respect on it, man.
My boys let me down. You know, I had it in the pocket, and I think it was like 5 match points as well. I mean, it's absolutely disgusting. But I mean, hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, you know?
Yeah, just ask Pearl. We're jumping in here to our grand final, Space Station Gaming versus MiniPekkas. You know them, you love them, you've seen them a number of times. Space Station Gaming, Guile Dog, Fire Crow, and Adinho coming on through here. This is I mean, to say that, I was going to say they're a relevant team for some reason. Obviously, they are relevant. They are #1. If you look at the scoreboard, they're slotted to go to Worlds as a result of being #1. Of course, a couple more months of gameplay to be had. You don't want to write anything in concrete just yet, Trav. But yeah, this is the team to beat in South America, full stop.
I mean, that's the thing. If they get this month, they put themselves in such a great position for that #1 spot, regardless of the last couple of months. Because if they get a couple of semis, at worst, then they're going to be completely fine with the 3 first places that they've already managed to accumulate if they win this one. So great position for Space Station Gaming to be in, and I don't doubt that they're going to be able to do it again this month, as you've just seen with all of our predictions going their way. And you can just see how much fun they have whilst playing as well. And I think that kind of elevates the gameplay just that a little bit higher as well. But obviously, MiniPekkas on the other side, MiniPekkas and UdP. Great team, and pretty much the only opposition that have really given some real stick to Space Station this year.
Yeah, I really like that you landed on how much fun MiniPekkas have playing. I think, how much fun Space Station Gaming has playing. I think MiniPekkas also brings a very jovial attitude to the server, and I think that's very, very important. I also think that's kind of a hallmark of the South American region. These guys really love playing Brawl, and everybody does, that's the thing, but it is a tiring, competitive world out there, and in general, only a Sith speaks in absolutes, but in general, the South American region they have so much fun playing, and you see it in the gameplay, and so really love to see all that. Space Station and MiniPekkas, Arc, Trav and I will have the call, but what can you say about this one before we say goodbye?
Space Station have only dropped 4 sets this entire year so far. 2 of them were to FA MiniPekkas last month in this very stage of the competition. I mean, they have been on the rise, but I mean, facts are facts. Space Station are looking better than ever. They haven't dropped a set today. Will they drop it in the grand finals? Who knows? But my money's still going to stay on their side.
Great input. Thank you. Always coming with the numbers, man. It's you know, ARC has that history of the scene locked and loaded, and so Space Station Gaming only dropping 4. That's a great shout, and that consistency is something that's really important to celebrate. You know, Trav, I think it's kind of easy to come up here and be like, well, they won, they did their, but it's harder to, or for the players, I mean, it's easy to grab a win here, a win there, but that consistency, especially in an esport where you've got all these patches consistently changing things, sometimes surprisingly so, that consistency, I think, speaks volumes about this ability from the Space Station Gaming crew.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly why they called Space Station this month and not the free agent name they had prior, because the consistency gets you noticed. And that's one of the main things. If you're winning month in, month out, you're going to have organizations wanting to pick you up, and that is exactly what's happened here, because they're just so consistent, such strong players. They've got so much history within the Brawl Stars scene. You know what you're getting when you're watching Space Station Gaming play, and I think that's a huge thing for them. And it's, you know, one of the main reasons why we kind of expect them to be able to win near enough any matchup that they're put into in the South America region. Well said.
Jumping in here to Kaboom Canyon, we've got the Buzz Band, the Crow Band, the Eve Band, and no Chuck. It's Heist. No Angelo. And no, I believe that was a Melody as well. And so that does leave Colette right underneath the ban list. And she is a staple of Heist, giving 10% damage to the box. And that's without a hypercharge, by the way. Amber selected here, 2nd overall.
Yeah, well, getting rid of some of that bush is so valuable against Colette, especially when you pair it with some sharpshooters, which you kind of expect them to kind of pair up with that next. Well, it's actually going to be a max, and they're just going to go for a bit more DPS, maybe. Maybe try and just evade some of those Colette shots rather than just kind of stay out the way of them entirely with a sharpshooter. You can't really blame them for it. I do like this approach from Space Station, being the aggressive team that they are. But we're going to see a Byron on the other side, and they definitely seem to be wanting to take a bit more of a long-range approach. Just spam some heals into the back of that Colette and, you know, let her do her thing, because that works.
I also like the idea of using the pick as a ban. Obviously, Max is, you know, fine, but it also takes away Max from the Colette, right? And having a little bit of speed on her didn't hurt anybody. The Piper going directly to that long-range conversation that you were mentioning. Byron, Piper, Colette. From a distance is what we're going to be seeing. Meanwhile, left side, some extra DPS would be nice here. We might be able to see something like Brock, maybe even a thrower. How do you feel about throwers on this map?
I don't think throwers that likely, especially when they're wanting to kind of burn down this bush, and there's very minimal walls as well. It becomes you know, increasingly hard. Maybe a Brock or something like that wouldn't be a bad option to go for, because they are in need of some kind of like long range, like the ability to fight at long range at the start. I'm just gonna go for a Gale. Maybe just kind of launch padding into the mid and just trying to maintain control of it against obviously the Piper, the Byron, Colette, single projectile brawlers. A bit easier to evade whilst you're in that grass.
Yeah. I love the Amber selection. I like the Max selection. The Gale is a little, I would have gone in a lot of different directions. I'm not saying I hate it, but I would have gone in a lot of different directions. Scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like the Gale pick here?
I mean, after seeing the start it just had, I'm not minding it. Initially, I wouldn't have liked it too much, but so far, so good for Kyodog on this Gale. Now getting pushed out a little bit, but finds a juke in there and gets the kill along with his teammate. And Firecross just going ham on this safe. Becky can't find the connecting blows, and now that he has, so much damage has already been done, 25% just by the Max alone. Adinho kind of hung out to dry on his own in this mid here, might be able to get the trade onto Pekka, does just about get that. Not going to launch pad into the mid this time, but the slows from the shots, very valuable.
There's the first Colette dash in, so 90% done and dusted. Still trailing though to Space Station Gaming. Right side, Firecrow gets aggressive and gets punished for it. Kyodog, on the other hand, deals with Sniper. Adinho cutting down some of these bushes, but honestly, it's Space Station Gaming who's using the bushes to their advantage, which is kind of where MiniPekkas wants to be standing. And so SSG burning it down, standing there themselves. Either way, it's coming up for them.
Yeah, a little hypercharge on safe. Nice from Hubie there on MiniPekkas. Just gets that mid control back as well. A little blustery blow to knock them back, but no stun along with it thanks to that star power being the slow. But Fycro doing phenomenally there. Gets one and brings Pekka very low as well. Might be able to be pinched down by Cowdog. Just wants to keep this control rather than kind of overextend towards that Piper too far. Better off keeping this Colette back than kind of sacrificing yourself, and with the hypercharge from Max to get speed. Wow, what a play. Adinho burning them down. So much damage being done in the lead. Back in Space Station's hands.
That's why Amber is one of my favorite brawlers. She brings the damage, but she also brings utility. It's niche utility, but when burning down those bushes is an effective play, it's a very effective play. That said, Adinho's by himself here on the Amber, 40% and counting, but Space Station Gaming ignoring, getting aggressive on the bottom side. MiniPekkas is safe at 15, 10, below it, and just barely above 0. And they will bring it on home. Space Station Gaming finding those last hits and making it happen. Not as clean as they might have expected. MiniPekkas is making some noise here. So although Space Station Gaming the first on the big board, Trav, I think they are certainly taking this with a grain of salt and a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I mean, I think MiniPekkas maybe just forgot that Adinho had that gadget. You know, when you kind of run out of ammo, you're going to be able to win that base race because Amber's not going to be able to do too much with kind of bar of ammo, but the gadget along with it, it's like having a melody on safe. It's just so powerful these days. And SSG starting this game off strong with a bit of control, but now MiniPekkas fighting back. 3 for Pekka, I believe it was there. Beautiful from him. And there goes the wall break and opens up their walls as well, which evens the playing field through that mid with the launch pad.
Is that what MiniPekkas want to do? I thought they wanted to use those bushes in mid.
I mean, when you've got that launch pad against you, I think it's quite difficult to be able to maintain the mid control at all, never mind kind of just when the grass is up, because they just get such free entry and you need that for yourself. So can't really blame Pekka for doing that. Does miss that homemade recipe in there though, which isn't going to help them too much. In comes the launch pad from Kaidog, instantly shut down because they have that mid control now. Hubie just trying to get some heals from this gotcha gadget, wants another super towards that safe to extend this even more, but that is not what you want at all. Straight into the wall.
Also, as Pekka takes care of business on the right-hand side, 100% for MiniPekkas, by the way. Space Station Gaming only have 2/3 of their box left. It's also important to realize that they have left the left side available. So that's where Colette's going to be looking to hang out. The mid side where the jump pad leads to, that's gone. So very intelligent clearing here by MiniPekkas as well. That specificity of where to take down the bushes, very important. Cowdog jumps forward and a missed shot from Pekka. But who cares? Finds it after the fact. Adinho, same deal. Jumps in, jumps down. There's Colette coming through. MiniPekkas still have yet to have their safe tickled. And it's Space Station Gaming who's watching their safe go down to 0. Game 2, MiniPekkas.
I mean, it's bad enough to have a hypercharged super on your safe from Colette. Never mind letting them cycle it when she comes back and just hit so many shots in a row on you that she just gets it and uses it again. 40% that's going to be. You know, you get 10% off a regular super, 20% for a hypercharge. If you let her cycle it twice, just going to have 40% of your safe gone just with a click of fingers, and that is just absolutely crazy to think about. Not a shred of damage on that side of the safe. And I mean, it all started to work as soon as that mid got broken for them.
MiniPekkas looking to do the same thing potentially, but right now they have to fight just straight up. As the Etch-a-Sketch gets shaken and this map returns to default. This time around, Space Station Gaming a little bit more successful in the early stages. Firecrow does get taken down, but he gets taken down after 10% is dealt to MiniPekkas, which again is more than SSG got last game as they were shut out.
Speed there, and I mean, Hubie's just going to use a super, not going to get a lot from it, and Byron using some heals along the way onto it as well. Hypercharge available for Vicro now, but no super along with it. Doesn't go for the damage on the safe, wants to just kind of keep Pekka low so that Kaidog doesn't have to like deal with everybody on his own. And actually that's some great hits from the Piper and Byron there, managed to bring him down just alone. And Vicro, it's just a death cycle from SSG, and I mean, it's not really working too much in terms of control and in terms of damage. Now Colette Super's almost going to bring it back alone.
Another 15%. 10 done by the Colette, and they're going to look for damage onto Kaidog, but Firecrow is here to prevent the right side push. And so Colette does find that super, hypercharged this time as well. But look at that adaptation from Space Station. They notice that MiniPekkas sits to the left of the right and targets whoever jumps on in. MiniPekkas gets aggressive on the right side, only leaving the left side player, and that changes the whole situation for the mid-jump pad.
Oh, great shot there from Pekka to get that kill as well. Another super in from Hubi gets the damage on save 50 to 76 now, but some oil still laying in mid here, keeping them out of the way just a little bit. Speed used now, and the slow shots come through from Kyodog. Needs someone to help him out as Byron's healing that one all the way up, but Adinho forcing Pekka to jump all the way back. 145 left for him, but just surviving narrowly. Fycro gets the kill in mid, and now they need to heal, keep control, and get the damage within 30 seconds.
This Gale is being really impactful, in all honesty. I think Gale is consistently underestimated, but seen a lot coming out from Kyodog, the slow being front and center. Right side fight won by Space Station. That's going to even things up here. Not precisely, but it's 50 to 55. Lead in the way of MiniPekkas, and waning is the time clock. This one wins the set. At the moment, Space Station Gaming would lose it, and that confirms it. Gale can't take it down, and so MiniPekkas is safe, a little bit more healthy, and that's going to be the win for MiniPekkas in set one.
I mean, that is surprising to see, but I mean, they did have that kind of long-range sharpshooter comp that can just keep control when you get it. And I mean, overall, they just had a few attacks that dealt a lot of damage, and just something that Space Station couldn't really bring back. They didn't have the range to fight the Byron, fight the Colette that's being healed up by the Byron, or the Piper range. You know, 4 homemade recipes being sent out across the game can really decide it just like that. It's so crazy how much they do just to be able to finish kills, bring people low, and Space Station just couldn't really match up to the comp, I feel.
Yeah, the composition, and again, I want to, like, how specifically MiniPekkas dealt with the mid section grass. Very important. Look, this midsection grass is alive, and Space Station Gaming are able to use it and abuse it, and as a result, Space Station honestly wind up with the victory here as a result of being able to play in this stealth grass however they want. But then once the replay steps forward and we go ahead and jump into game number 2 and 3, take a look at this. There's stealth grass on the left side, but everything in the middle is gone. Colette can use it. Colette has the angle, and that's MiniPekkas' Colette. But Space Station Gaming, the Gale jump pad, no longer jumping into stealth, no longer jumping into safety, and this is the next game. Look, it's identical. No mid grass, but it's there on the left side. That intentional destruction of the stealth grass was very important here for MiniPekkas. They knew which bushes, not just burn the bushes, which bushes to burn to preserve their strategy and destroy the opponents. And that, almost more important than the kills in my eyes. But anytime somebody scores 25 kills, I gotta bring it up.
That is absolute. I don't think I've ever seen that high.
I've never seen 25.
Well, it's not like we've had draws or anything like that. 25 kills for Pekka is ridiculous. And, like, genuinely, 25 kills impressive. But
yeah,
the DPS really wasn't that high either. When you see 25, you kind of expect it to be, like, in the 500s. But, I mean, that is just genuinely incredible. I'm mind-blown by that stat.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a 25. I just very, very ton of damage coming out from Pekka. Obviously, the namesake of this team. Motep, though, strong stuff. Again, the team victory. Love the straight. Like, this is where I think Brawl Stars is at its finest, where you're winning with the X's and O's. I went into depth with the strategy of which bushes to take down, but you're also just, you're getting 25 takedowns, bro. That's insane. Great play. And, you know, it's not even on a cheesy character. You got to nail each one of those sharpshooter shots. That's not a brawler that gives you free kills. 10 points. Yeah. Brawl ball. Beach ball. Shifting gears here. We'll see how this one works on out. As far as Brawl ball is concerned, again, kind of a standard meta. We're going to see some predictable bans, I believe, but maybe we'll see a random Lou ban. Who knows? As we jump on in. Bans confirmed here. Need a stew. Space Station banning the stew, despite having the first pick. Interesting, we'll return to it. The Sandy, the Melody, blah, 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 blah. Angelo selected first overall. Not surprising. But I'm surprised about this stew ban from SSG. Kyodog, Stu. I mean, Stu might be Kyodog's real name. He's just that good on it. We've seen Stu banned against the SSG, but I'm surprised to see Kyodog's Stu banned themselves, I guess just because they wanted to go Angelo first.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I'm not 100% convinced about the Angelo here, to be honest with you, especially against something like a Max that's so agile in a mode like Brawl Ball. and there's still a lot of walls, so I don't know if they're going to take some kind of like take something that's going to wall break, but yeah, I mean, there you go, Griff coming along with it. You kind of expect that, but even still, you know, I think we saw it yesterday in EMEA, and Griff can break, you know, 4 walls if you're using that gadget, 3 if you're not. And it's not that much. There's still definitely a chance for Max to use the mobility that comes along with her and just be able to dominate. But Amber taking as their last pick from Space Station, gonna get rid of some of the walls, gonna get rid of the rest of the grass. I don't mind what they've kind of brought to the table.
Firecrow here, yeah, agreed. Just kind of, all right, Angelo's the guy, and we'll create space for Angelo. That said, not a lot of control. You know, this is a brawl ball. Sorry for the Canal Grand up there. This is beach ball, but this is brawl ball. Usually you see some sort of Sandy, she's banned. You see Spike. You see some sort of control element. Even the Gales get picked on brawl ball a little bit more often than other game modes we won't talk about today. That said, there's not a ton of control on Space Station Gaming. Doesn't mean it's a bad comp. Doesn't mean it's a throw. But more often than not, we see some sort of area control in these Brawl Ball compositions. Even stuff like B is what I'm talking about. So B, Max, and Colonel Ruffs here for MiniPekkas. A little bit more traditional of an approach, I'd say, than SSG.
Yeah, I mean, B obviously coming into combat that range deal with, you know, the Griff, the Amber. Angelo's still going to be able to do a great job, and they have the mobility as well. I quite like this. And a nice little rattled hive there off the start from Hubi, gets some damage in. Kyodog not having the best of times, being pinched down here, gets hit hard, and Adinho has to grab that ball and move it away before Max grabs it and goes for goal. But Firecrow trying to burn down Pekka, but a phase shift to the right just keeps him alive.
Woof. Everybody from Space Station Gaming that dares step up and try to get some damage is just getting killed by MiniPekkas. Griff here, certainly experiencing the same. And Hubi from the right, targeting the Kyodog as Max steps forward and takes him down. This should be a surge forward from MiniPekkas as Adinho's low. So is Firecrow, and that's goal number 1 for MiniPekkas.
I mean, really, really great from them. They're just starting so strong, so aggressive. And look, that's what I mean. There's barely any walls broken down. I don't know if they're kind of not breaking them now because the opponents have got to be, but surely with Kyodog, you still want to be breaking some of these walls, eventually moving up and using this piggy bank now, but he gets hit pretty hard, and there's still walls up on that side. Kyodog, just one shot, but star power keeping him narrowly alive. Adinho moving over to the right-hand side of the matchup versus Hubi, but just evading that burn, but still damage coming through. Pekka just so low, but Firecrow can't grab the ball yet. He's not healthy enough, and Motep Sandbag's last stand here for them, but with a respawning Hubi, I think they can defend this one out.
Yeah, I think so too. It looks like it's going to be a stop coming out. Hubi trying to find the kill on Firecrow, but Firecrow using that last wall very well. Going to heal all the way up. There's a max speed boost to help Hubi kind of deal with the Adinho Angelo. Hubi's going to kill Firecrow on back though, and so pretty much a stalemate here. Worth noting we are on MiniPekkas' side of the map, but SSG don't have a lot of tools to get on in there. That's how they have to do it. Just straight up kills, usually from Angelo.
Yeah, Pekka's going to go in now, bounce off that piggy bank and go straight towards the ball, but can't grab it in time. Slow from Hubi, just trying to pass it forward, does get a kill. And 150 surviving Kyodog just slots the ball in. 25 seconds on the clock, and we're heading to overtime.
And when we go to overtime, that's where the Angelo is going to be able to play the best, right? So that said, there is a B across the way, so it's not all 100% to the Angelo team once we get there. And it looks like that's where we might go as Adinho takes down one, but only one. Pekka's still alive and running around. Hubi's still alive and running around. Pekka falls down, but the respawns are here. Adinho has the ball. Kyodog scores to the left as the respawn happens on the right. And Space Station Gaming answer back after game 1 went the other way.
Yeah, really well played there from Space Station Gaming. MiniPekkas started so strong when those walls were still up and they didn't have the matchup. I think Angelo was maybe still playing through the mid against the Max to start off with, and then he moved over to that B, and the rest of the matchups all kind of just slotted into place. Definitely started to be a bit easier for Space Station, and they managed to claw it back. Goal with 25 seconds and a goal in overtime wins them the game, but have to do it one more time to be able to secure the set and even things out.
MiniPekkas letting Firecrow grab the ball first. Kyodog below half and Adinho at about half. Ooh, good Angelo shot. Going to take Hubi out of the contest for a little bit though. MiniPekkas shading over here to the mid. And a good wall break might open things up. Amber combines, so mid, clean and clear. Pekka, though, dashes forward. Zooming is good. B's gonna miss the kill on a Fire Crow and then find it after the fact. Is the respawn soon enough? It is. If that first shot kills from B, that's a goal. But if ifs and buts were horses, we'd be riding.
Great shot there from Adinho with the gadget. Managed to go through the wall. Motep going to get taken down. And this is quite quickly turning here as SSG are now the ones in the aggressive position. Another gadget too, and the super shot. What? And in from Firecrow. Beautiful from SSG. Great team play to get him the ball in that position. And an even better shot from Firecrow.
Oh my God, that was just incredible. That's just fun to watch. All right, I'm back in it, I promise. Ball in the middle. I'm still reeling. Left side, Amber burning out some room here as Kyle Dog pushes it forward, and Adinho finds a kill. Pekka, though, gets aggressive as soon as his teammate to the right side falls. I don't think that was supposed to happen in tandem. And as a result, Pekka steps forward, but steps back just as swiftly.
Pekka tries to use those sandbags, but obviously against the ambush, she's just going to burn straight through them. Not the same effect as it would have against Adinho. Gets the kill now, and they got 30 seconds to make something happen. Kyle so low, though, but Hubie just moving this ball up. Motep going to use that super for a wall break. Gets the walls down, but Adinho gets the gadget through the wall. Super pass might be used. Gets it to Pekka. Oh! The ball in. Interception was not there, and MiniPekkas even it out.
Trav, we're getting a proper football match. This is more ball than brawl, and I'm into it. 4 seconds before the inevitable overtime, and there it is. Again, B on one side, Angelo on the other, so kind of a wash as to who has the lead. It really is just who finds the kills, and Max gets aggressive, but he's teammate-less, and it looks like he's winless here. Game goes to Space Station. They get the set. It's 1-1.
I mean, a much-deserved set, I will say. They just bounced back so well in that first game. Second game, they started strong and then started to waver, but overtime just seems to always be going their way with that Angelo. Just hits hard, burns them down when he's in that super. It's really nice play from Space Station, but still, you know, MiniPekkas in a good spot. It's 1-1. They won that first set, luckily for them. Could have won the second set as well, I will say. They had some really, really good moments, but Space Station are not just going to lie down and let them roll over.
Yeah, again, if that's a brawl ball set that we play 10 times, we might see 5 go to Space Station, 5 go to MiniPekkas. I think that was definitely a close matchup. And you know what? Again, I'm glad. I locked in my Space Station gaming prediction. I thought it was going to be pretty one-sided, and it's not. And I'm happy. These are the moments that I'm happy to kind of be a little wrong. You know, it's just fun to see these teams kind of fight on back. Yo, can we see? I just want to see the goal again. I just want to see the trick shot again, dude. That's all. Y'all can do the analysis. I just want to see the trick shot, okay?
I think we all want to see the trick shot, to be fair. I think is it around here that it starts to happen? Hopefully it'll be in this highlight reel, because it really was incredible. Here it is. Beautiful. Just slots it past Pekka, using the speed as well, and finds the opening. That's just gorgeous from SSG overall.
And then we saw this one as well. The pass right in front of Firecrow. Basically gets nutmegged and just gets the goal right after the fact. That also looked clean and clear. Like I said, more ball than brawl. Just strong football coming out here, man. And I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I really do as well. It's genuinely incredible to watch gameplay like that. I always love those passing plays, the trick shot plays. It's just really beautiful stuff in Brawl Ball. In terms of stats, though, 6-3-9 for the side of SSG. Well, just slightly ahead of the 2-5-6 of MiniPekkas. So a good performance from both teams.
Yeah.
But overall, it is SSG bring the set back home. So regardless of the stats, regardless of the maybe lesser DPS, they still get it done.
I mean, that's kind of what, like, this is pretty illustrative of when so often as commentators sit up here and tell you that the DPS doesn't tell the full story. We saw higher numbers on MiniPekkas' side. But again, this is the game mode. It's not about the kills. It's about the stuff after the stuff. Those kills, do they open up the window enough for you to find that goal? If the answer is no, the kill didn't matter. I mean, maybe it gave you some supercharge. Canal Grand. if you're ready set. Canal Grande if you're everybody else. This is Bounty, and we'll see how this one works out. I believe it is, my bad, it's going to be Gem Fort. Apologies over there. So we've got Gem Fort coming at you. Gem Grab will be the game mode of choice. So we'll show you that in a matter of moments. Gem Fort coming at you. And this one, kind of a traditional gem grab map, if you ask me. I think that we see nothing in particular that is map defining that changes where you want to go, Trav.
Yeah, I like the Gem Fort. It's a really, really solid map. Just allows you to kind of play a quite heavy variety of brawls. Obviously, it is very grass orientated. Quite a lot of the map's closed up. But then the lanes obviously got grass on, but you can play range brawlers down there. As long as you're constantly scanning, you don't always have to just play tanks. You don't have to play healers, stuff like that. You can play some more ranged approaches, or at least mid-range down those lanes if you want a chance at winning. But I really like that map. It's extremely solid, and I think it does bring out the best in both teams, because it's a map that's just been in the game for so long, so any professional player should really know how to play it.
Well, here we are. Gem Grab. This is what we're going to be looking at. First and foremost, you want to note the indestructible walls and the destructible walls. So, as Trav, you mentioned that there's going to be a lot of play in the stealth grass, the bushes, so you definitely want to be aware of that. And as a result, we see the M's banned, so you can't scan them, and the Rose are banned, so you can't scam them. Gene selected here. We saw some hypercharged blunder for sure, but at the end of the day, a gene pull can still be valuable, especially when we're talking about pulling the gem carrier out. But there it is, the Stu selection. And if we don't see Cowdog pilot this, Trav, I don't know. I'll eat beans on toast. How's that? This is a Cowdog special.
Listen, I thought you'd turn in English, and I'm here for it. Football to start things off, and now beans on toast. Like, I'm fully here for that. And you even said like gander earlier or something like that. I've never heard Americans say that before. So we're really bringing you over to the British side, and I'm all for it. But the Poco coming in along with the Gene, a little bit of a double healer there. And obviously we do want to see that Cowdog on the Stu. Nita along with that for Space Station Game, and I like what they're bringing to the table. But Max to pair up with those, good composition from MiniPekkas, I will say.
I like the composition, and I also like the idea of taking the Max away from SSG. The Adino pit, the Stu and the Nita would both, yeah, they'd go well with the Max, but also having Max enables you to avoid the Gene super a little bit better as well. Fire Crow coming on through here with the Charlie. We'll see who pilots the Charlie, of course, but Spider-Woman coming on through here as the last selection for the black and gold. And as we jump in here, you know, I like the composition from Space Station Gaming. This is really just SSG saying, like, all right, we've got Cowdog on Stu. Beat us, dude.
It's just one of those things where they can, because they just all stack in and just heal up so well. The Gene heals from the Magic Puffs, and then Motep with, you know, Gadget. Basic shot healing, everything just heals, and it's super too. It's a dangerous spot for Space Station to be in. They haven't got the highest DPS. They've got a Nita, they've got a Charlie, and it's really difficult to get out of these kind of situations, but they're getting the kills now. SSG doing really well. Pekka so low, and Cowdog picks that one up. Adino through the mid, going to be able to get his kill too. And that's 7 out of the hands of MiniPekkas and into the hands of Space Station.
That said, I don't know if you want Cowdog to have the gems on him. I know that Stu's a fantastic gem carrier, but you want to allow KD to go deep and be aggressive. He's got 8 now. Unafraid of going deep and being aggressive with 9 gems in his pocket, though. As the team clears everybody out. And KD, 10 gems. MiniPekkas have to just push forward. They can't be stopped. And Firecrow does get taken down easily, and MiniPekka, they don't know where he is. Other side, boys. Oh, game 1 to Space Station Gaming, and it looked a little easy there, Trav.
It did. I mean, it started so well for MiniPekkas. Well, I'm raving about how good it is to have double heal, how hard it should be for them to break it, and then they just team wipe. And I don't know how, but they somehow managed to do it. And I mean,
you want to know how?
Space Station for that, but like, should it happen?
You don't want to know how?
I want
it's Cowdog on Stu. That's what happened. I like the idea for MiniPekkas though. All right, Stu's gonna beat us 1v1, so we just death ball, group together, heal each other, hold hands, and we'll win it together. Because Stu won't be able to isolate us and embarrass us 1v1v1. Well, it worked until it didn't. And then Stu was able to kind of like pick up the scraps of the team fight, essentially. But I like the strategy for MiniPekkas. Stay grouped up, deny the 1v1, and you would deny what KyoDog is explicitly looking for. And it looks like him being the gem carrier is intentional. The gene pull is good, isolates the right player. And as a result, MiniPekkas still pick up their first gem here, but kind of trailing as KyoDog has to watch his teammates respawn.
Yeah, Dino does have this bear, which is going to be a huge help, especially if we can get hypercharge and kind of just dashing over some of these gems, because the gene pull is quite a scary thing to have against you. Spider's going to be placed down, so they tank that pull if it comes, but Motep just stands still. Paul going to be hitting the speed zone instead of KyoDog. Brilliant for him to tank that, but still so low. Two of them only on below 1000 HP each, but still equally survive. And SSG in a position of dreams right now. 7 seconds on the clock. Pekka does have that speed, got the hypercharge along with it, but what's he going to do with it? Absolutely nothing as Space Station take set number 3 and go 2-1 up.
If you're just joining us, this is a wild departure from the rest of the match so far. This has been a back and forth. This has been seemingly evenly matched. This has been straight up fun to watch. And this one just looked like it was boring for these guys. Like, they're laughing after this one. I don't know, man. Something just, and you want to know what's wild about it is, like, this is what I kind of expected when we saw the Stu selection, but it wasn't the Stu selection. It wasn't the KyoDog show like it usually is. I don't know if there was this mental effect of, all right, KyoDog's got his Stu, we got to change the way we play completely, and da-da-da. And so as a result, they overthought the situation and wound up getting trounced. But in any event, we see this one go easily to Space Station Gaming, and they find themselves up 2-1 in the big picture.
Yeah, I mean, such a big set for them as well. In that first game, they turned it around so well. MiniPekkas had a phenomenal start in the first.
Yeah.
But the second half was all Space Station. You know, when you get team wipes and stuff like that, you see Motep had maybe a few connection issues there. Did stand still a little bit in the second game, and not too much to kind of like completely sway the gamers. They were 100% in control regardless, but you know, Motep, I'm sure, will have that fixed for the next set, as it's such a big game for them to get points on the board and start this comeback against SSG overall in terms of points, and huge DPS out of Firecrow.
Yeah, again, you know, you see the KyoDog Stu and you kind of expect him to be the spotlight guy. I told you I was a little worried about the quintessential gem carrier Stu having all the gems, because you want him to be aggressive and keep diving and be under threat of dropping the... But it was Firecrow with 400 plus DPS and Adinho with 7 kills here. You know, it didn't look like it was KyoDog doing all the heavy lifting and the gameplay, and then once we get a chance to see the numbers on the scoreboard, Trav, it further proves that Firecrow and Adinho were really the ones doing the heavy lifting. KyoDog was showing up behind and cleaning things up, absolutely contributed. Not saying he slouched whatsoever, but that's, I think, what makes this team so dangerous, is that often we celebrate KyoDog. Often I sit here and just scream about this guy's Stu and how impressive it is. But Firecrow and Adinho also are absolutely capable of being highlight players, putting on highlight shows, and just highlighting how good this team is. And that's the scary part.
Yeah, I mean, the team of SSG is so hard to defeat. You know, they have those individual talents, as you mentioned. KyoDog is the one that sticks out a lot, but the other guys have their moments as well, like Firecrow with his trick shot and stuff like that. But they all come together as a team, and that's what makes them. They have their individual moments, but when they need to play as a team, when they need to play defensive, when they need to kind of go offensive as a team, they wait for each other, they play together, they pinch together, they pass together, they just do everything they need to get the win. And SSG is just a force that can't be stopped in this region so far.
Well, that is 3 sets down, excuse me, and 2 of them belong to Space Station Gaming. MiniPekkas did find one, and like I said, I mean, the dominance that we just saw out of SSG, if you just joined us now, you might go, oh, the South American Finals happening the same way the South American Finals always go. But I implore you to check out the first couple of sets, because MiniPekkas have been absolutely dancing with Space Station Gaming. They've been outplaying them at times, Trav. There were a couple of games out here that MiniPekkas looked like the better team, which is an insane thing for me to say out loud.
Yeah, there's been quite a few games where MiniPekkas have been looking the best team, to be honest with you, but they always seem to come away with quite a lot of defeats. You know, in a couple of the Brawl Ball matches, you could argue that should have been a straight up, should just be 2-0 and move on to the next, you know? And, you know, in the first one of Gem Grab, they had their moments as well. They looked good at the start. It kind of all fell apart. And I don't know if that's the issue that we're seeing with MiniPekkas. Start strong, end pretty poorly. But if that's the case, then I'm not sure how we're really going to feel after Space Station. Just walk into this one, get a good draft, and kind of walk away with it all.
Yeah, I think that's really, you know, we talk a lot about like experience and whatnot, and I think that is one of those things that experience kind of does. Is MiniPekkas, you know, this is a strong historic team, but you look at Space Station and they definitely have the longitude on their side. It's not really what that word means, but we'll just move on. We are going to Canal Grande here, for real, and it's bounty time, baby. And I like this. This should be an interesting one. This is where you see Kyle Dog Stu kind of really turn up. This is one where if I'm MiniPekkas, I ban Stu. Like last week. Last week I sent the BSL an email saying, hey, I'm banning Stu anytime we play bounty against SSG. This is just not allowed to be played. And that's not what we're going to see. Stu is available, but they do have first pick. I wonder if they take him. Oh, it's Canal Grande. Never mind. It's a very different world here. My bad. Rosa here. Obviously, the characters that walk over water is going to be interesting. I'm just so stuck on KD Stu, okay?
I feel it. I feel you. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. But talking about ban rates and stuff, Angelo in there with 84% ban rate. Obviously, this is the dream map for a player like him, so it's pretty obvious that he is going to be banned out. Rose was the first pick. Unfriendly Bush is really solid. Tank, Hypercharge, all cater quite well to this map. Carl is probably my favorite brawler on the map. Blue Star guaranteed, regardless of if they have an Eve or anything like that, which obviously they don't. They don't have an Eve, they don't have an Angela, both banned out from Space Station. Blue Star goes their way with the flying hook. RT for a bit of range, and also the short range now thanks to that gadget. A lot easier to get switched between those forms. So I like what SSG are doing here.
Sandy banned out. This is where I would say a Sandy selection would be muy bien. But no Sandy this time around. MiniPekkas were the ones to ban it. And so it'll be a Bell. An interesting choice. Not my least favorite choice. I think the bounce is always welcome, especially when if you find players squashed together, which this map can do at times. Bell's going to be able to capitalize, but the long-range sniper world is not exactly what Canal Grande really asks for a lot of the time. So last selection overall. We already have the tank here in Rosa. Any thoughts as to where Pekkas might go?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I like a possibility of like a throw or something, just obviously then it's kind of difficult against the Carl. You know, we've seen Barley here, we've seen like Larry and Laurie in certain situations as well. And the thrower always does seem to work, but against a Carl, something like that, with that kind of aggression that's so easily controlled, you can go in, you flying hook, super, get out, like it's a lot easy to use that against those kind of throwers. So not 100% sure, to be honest with you. They've kind of got that, oh yeah, there you go, thrower. Ooh. But it's Dynamite, and that won't be the one that I was expecting.
Well, here's the thing is, again, with that center sort of bridge for Canal Grande, this is a map that sometimes you find yourselves clumped up a little more so than others. I'll get to it. And so just sort of like I said with the Bell, maybe Michael's feeling dynamic today, and this is where he's going to be able to find the Mortis also. So, you know, just piling forward on punishing this thrower here. Carl and Mortis is really going to make Mike's life a lot harder than they'd like it to be. But Hubie can turn around and take care of Mortis as well. So, I mean, Space Station Gaming had the advantage there, and MiniPekkas just said no.
Yeah, well, not exactly the dream scenario. I mean, Kyodog's just kind of going in trying to get his super. I'm sure he'll kind of accept some of these deaths to be able to go get his super. Hubie's going to use a super there, forced into it, which I kind of like. I don't mind that from Fycro, not guaranteeing himself the kill, wasting his super, getting some control instead of just going down. And obviously they only need 5 stars. They do somehow have 4. Was clearly some trades in there somewhere. So not down the most, and Hubie's already got 4 and the blue, so not too far behind. Oh.
Kyle Dog on the backside, able to find one, and Nadinho with the pinch. And there's 2 players left. Kyle Dog feeling good, waiting to build up that ammo. And it's the spin to win from Firecrow. Yeah, he'll trade out. But ultimately, it does go the way of Space Station. 15-13, Blue Star on the losers team at the moment. And this is more traditionally how we see Canal Grande being played, east to west, as opposed to whatever Scooby-Doo montage that was up top.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like Firecrow was a little bit disappointed there. He had already pressed his flying hook, sorry, I can't speak, and he just wanted the kill, but he had to go in because he'd already pressed it. Didn't want to kind of just not get the kill at all. So worthwhile trade though. They are still 2-0 with 27 seconds on the clock. Adinho just kind of waiting. If the Rosa Cross is going to get marked up and going to be adding a lot more damage onto that aggressive Brawl.
Well, Super is available for Firecrow now. The hypercharge popped by Hubi, running forward. Adinho in some trouble and falls to the wayside. Lead goes the way of MiniPekkas. 18, 2 away from the goal, but it's going to be Cowdog that finds the answer back. Tied at 18, 5 seconds going down, and it's going to be MiniPekkas. They had the win without it. Even if it ticked down, they had the blue star, but they emphatically find the last kill and push themselves over that 20-star marker.
I mean, it was a good game from MiniPekkas, but I can't help feeling like SSG are just going to come back with a less kind of feedy strategy at the start, because it was the start that went horribly wrong for them, let's be real.
Yeah.
And just play this one a lot better. 3 people, and he's done the exact same thing again. No stun on him this time, and does escape. Just no, he doesn't. The bounce gets him off. I mean, disappointment for him, I'm sure. Another stun onto him here. Kydog's going to go down, and maybe they're not going to play a less feedy start.
Yeah, ye old caster's curse there. Cowdog, though, finding Hubi isolated. That said, it is Hubi on the Rosa, so not your ideal target, and Cowdog's going to find out that the hard way. Firecrow falls down as well, and so Pekka answers. 1 to 10 here, Trav. Everything looking the way of MiniPekkas.
I mean, it's just a bit embarrassing at the moment, isn't it, really? They're not getting a lot on. Kydog's going to go, oh, actually, he gets a cycle. Oh! I mean, he gets traded there. Oh, he does get traded, but 6 stars up and only 4 to close it out. They can't really take too many risks to go aggressive now, SSG. With a Mortis, with a Carl, you have to take risks to go aggressive, which leaves it a bit of a tough position to come back from.
Very, very hard to play this tile of turbo aggression once you get to the end, but Cowdog doesn't care, does what he needs to do as far as the strategy, but doesn't do what he needs to do as far as the execution. Firecrow gonna fall down here. We're going to a 5th set.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I can't help but feel like SSG played that absolutely terribly. Like, I'm not gonna just sugarcoat it because I just feel like they should have won. Like, how do you go 9 stars down at the start? Everybody die again. It just shouldn't be happening. It really shouldn't for a team like SSG, and I don't think they were massively outcome. They have Rosa again. They've got like Mortis against Dynamite and Bell. Like, it shouldn't be that much of a difficult matchup, right? And everything just went completely wrong for them.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's sort of the way that composition needs to play. You mentioned it. It's 16. The opponent has 16 stars, and that's going to stop you from being aggressive, but you can't play this comp without being aggressive. And that's kind of what we saw in the beginning as well. You have to play aggressive in order for this composition to win. And so Cowdog does just that, but MiniPekkas outplayed it. So Space Station Gaming, they drafted a strategy, and they played said strategy. I can't get mad at them for being, like, it's not like if it was a different composition, I would be like, you're being too aggressive. Why are you feeding? What are you doing? Oh my God, but this is what you're supposed to do with the comp. It just got beaten. And so I think it's very scary. I think you're playing with fire to try this in a set 4. You know, you're playing a composition with little room for failure. But when you find that failure, you do have another set beyond. So Space Station Gaming might be confident enough in their gameplay that they try to play this strategy, and if it doesn't work, they just have confidence that they'll be able to win the next hot zone and take the entire monthly finals. But keep in mind, MiniPekkas, they're up there on that regional leaderboard, man. If we see a victory here for the MiniPekkas, free agents, by the way, looking for an org, you know, Space Station could find themselves in the hot seat.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, but it all's all down to this last set now. SSG obviously coming into this one with a bit of a momentum loss, I won't lie. MiniPekkas surely got to be feeling good about that last set, winning that one in such a, I would say, easy fashion. Like, it wasn't really, they didn't have much resistance against them at all in that one. So coming into this last set with a set like that, you know, under wraps and going your way so heavily, you got to feel good about set number 5, but they've got to get that draft right. I think that's the main thing for both of these teams here. Not that either of them got the draft wrong, really, in that last but it is definitely down to who gets this draft, or the better end of the draft, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, doubling down on the thrower killer. Yeah, it makes sense in the notebook. Just got to be able to execute it. I'm not going to go the way of Space Station Gaming, and we take this whole day. We take quarterfinals, we take semifinals, best of fives. You got to win every single. It all comes down to a single set of Hot Zone. That's it. He who wins Hot Zone is the king of South America for the month of May. So certainly something we will jump on into. The BSC, always a place for excitement. Thanks so much for hanging out with us at the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. While we wait for our teams to get set up, just want to give a thanks to everybody out there in chat for hanging out with us. We've got a number of strong commentators. Arc holding it down on this region, but plenty of other casters to check out on our other regions. And of course, our sister streams on the B stream, a myriad of talented people coming together and providing you the BSC. But of course, all of us are just here to lift the players up. They're the ones really telling the stories. And the story that we're getting here out of MiniPekkas and Space Station Gaming has been a New York Times bestseller. Fantastic stuff coming out from both sides, giving us what could have been a David versus Goliath story. Space Station Gaming almost certain to win. You ask any player on Twitter, and they're going to tell you SSG 3-0, 3-1 if they're trolling. And now we find them in a fifth set for all the marbles, and it wasn't a fluke. MiniPekkas has earned every victory. And as we look at the Hot Zone, we look at the world of area denial, Ems is going to be the first selection overall here on the side of MiniPekkas.
A very early Ems, I want to say as well. It feels quite weird to see that as a first pick. Bell's going to come out from SSG. You want to take a bit more of a ranged approach, send that down one of these lanes, and obviously if you can mark up, you know, Ems or any of those teammates, you're going to be having a pretty nice time about it. Kind of ranged approach versus the Ems, always the best answer. Griff to go along with it as well, wall break, and that's going to add to that ranged approach just that little bit more.
Scary stuff here. Zadinho coming through with a little bit of wall break, Kyle Dog. So, and of course they might be able to swap it up. So we'll just say it's going to be Kyle. It's going to be the Bell and the Griff teamed up, but Ems and Gray here. I feel like I would need a little bit more DPS. Rosa might be able to provide that, but obviously her headline is the fact that she's so tanky.
Okay, well now I'm a little bit scared for Space Station because the Rosa combination is always so strong. Going to be adding Grow Light into the mid, I imagine. Running some gadgets, placing down some bushes. I mean, Griff can technically get rid of them, but he's going to be wanting to focus down some of those walls. If he has a couple more, then maybe the grass will be his place to put those piggy banks, but
yeah, I think that's
the start. The walls have got to be gone.
Cordelius. All right. So Cordelius is, we often call Cordelius a tank counter, but realistically he's an anyone counter because he can bring anyone down to the Shadow Realm. In this case, I think you are making sure to deal with Rosa, correct?
I'd imagine so. I think when TPing in, it's kind of just have Cord waiting there for her.
Yep. Yeah. That's always the scary stuff with Gray and insert scary brawler here. All of the down, so the real low level stuff, you know. But like tanks are hard to play because they walk up and get shot. So if you can teleport the tank to the back line, GG. Griff right away going to be opening this up as you mentioned, so that we can see some shots at a Fire Crow, but not enough to really score anything. And that Ems just provides so much space. Very important as MiniPekkas find themselves 30% in climbing here with significant mid control. Kyle Dog on the Bell by himself on the right side. Lands a couple of shots and assists Zadinho on the kill.
Yeah, well, they've still got like so much percentage here. Fycro doesn't manage to get Pekka down either. He's going to use that super before he even TP's in. Kyle Dog should surely fall and does. This is all MiniPekkas. We've barely seen anything coming out of SSG so far. 9% is all that they have. Fycro Realm Pekka once more. TP comes in. Adinho cleans that up quite nicely, but Motep's still alive. Has a TP in hand, uses it and moves that to try and get the heal. Gets a kill with it. And that should be a Rosa TP in, but just evades the mark. Beautiful from him, and Hypercharge ready to roll too.
Such an important stop here by SSG. I think if MiniPekkas had this go any more up north, it just winds up in their too far in their position. But 65 versus 40, that's something like you can come back to. And Space Station have control of the point, have mid control. Hoobie's gonna sneak out over here from the left-hand side, and Pekka teleports on in, but teleported back to spawn. As a nice play by Kyle Dog secures that kill. Still, Space Station looking up 15% at 75.
I mean, that's gorgeous from Firecrow. Times that perfectly. Just tries to get the shots in, needs to bring Hoobie down here. Knew he was going to go down anyway, but now it is evened out. Motep might be able to set up another TP here, taken by surprise. Or actually, might wait for Pekka to go in and then TP himself. He's going to do it. TP across now. Pekka with hypercharge gets the kills, but still really low. Another super cycled out, and Motep gets the kill up the top side. Firecrow needs the kills, gets the realm. No percentage ticking up just yet, but Motep slots in now. Griff versus Motep on the zone. Need to get him down. Not enough seconds left. 2 seconds left. Hoobie's going to come out. Surely finish that one off. MiniPekkas heading to match point.
What a fantastic play from MiniPekkas. The early game dominance coming out from the red team puts them on match point. It wasn't flawless because Space Station is one of the most, they're not one of the most, they are the best team numerically in South America. Look at the regional leaderboards. Even if Space Station lose here, they're still number 1 for at least another month. MiniPekkas here though, earning these victories. Ems is a big part of it.
SSG going to need a much better start than last time because it was that haunted them 50% down before they even kind of got the ball rolling. And not having much luck this time either. Firecrow close to another super, gets it on Pekka there. Doesn't get the kill though. Adinho will clean it up when he comes out. But he's going to go down as well. This is really, really rough for SSG.
Oh man, MiniPekkas, we've watched them ascend, man. We've watched them get better each and every time. Now they find themselves 50% to Space Station Gaming's 0. Adinho steps on the point and makes me a liar, which is a good thing. His team needs to make these plays, but it's Firecrow by himself, and Hoobie takes him down. It's 11% for SSG, Trav, and MiniPekkas are above 70.
Listen, I said they need to get the draft right, and clearly that's exactly what MiniPekkas are doing, but clean up.
Okay.
SSG, all 3 fall. Gonna bait out the TP as well, so they're not gonna be able to use it instantly when they come back. Wall break there too. Firecrow looking for the hypercharge onto Pekka. Surely nobody else does get it off onto him as well. Should just leave Hoobie to be cleaned up by the rest of the gang. And Pekka not able to TP in. Surely gonna get taken out by Firecrow. Just peeking him down bit by bit. That's another kill. Turnaround potential, but it's gonna be tough.
This is the discipline we need to see. 1 by 1 is how you get destroyed. This is not what you need to do. The immediate kill onto the Rosa, the follow-up kill onto the Gray. Hoobie still able to make this happen though. Pekka shows up, and just like that, MiniPekkas, they take a bad situation, they turn it into their own, they take the set, and they turn South America into their own. MiniPekkas take down Space Station, and they are your monthly finalist victors for the month of May. Go to sleep.
I mean, after a long, hard day of being Space Station, a nap is definitely earned for Motep and the boys on FA MiniPekkas. What a performance from them. 3-2 against the first place in this region, and a defeated Space Station Gaming. Not going to be pleased about that result. After 2 months of wins, now they drop down to second.
Oh, man. Earned and burned. And the tables have turned. I don't even mean to rhyme right now, dude. This is just such a very cool situation. We have watched this MiniPekkas team get better and better and better. And occasionally, these strong squads wind up losing matches, losing sets, sometimes even losing monthly finals due to complacency or holes in the meta or whatnot. Space Station Gaming brought their best. They did not falter. They did not play poorly. This wasn't a mistake. MiniPekkas earned themselves a monthly final victory. And this is the good stuff.
You've got to get the draft right. We said it before going in, and that is exactly what FA MiniPekkas did. Perfect from them. I mean, you know, it's hard to kind of say too much that SSG did wrong. It was just FA MiniPekkas just played it perfectly. They had their moments, they started to come back, but then every comeback was just shut down by MiniPekkas instantly. We see Pekka coming in, super after super, hypercharge after hypercharge, the TP set up perfectly as well by the Grey. Just all-around brilliance from MiniPekkas.
What I really liked about this one in particular was MiniPekkas, how disciplined they looked. And that's really the difference between one of these middle-of-the-pack teams and one of the better teams and one of the best teams, is I find that veterancy I usually point to the discipline, right? Watching Pekka sit there and wait for his teammates to respawn rather than panic because Space Station Gaming was just grabbing by the tenfold as they got the team wipe. A lot of times we see a little bit of panic, especially from the lower end teams here. MiniPekkas is not a lower end team by any stretch of the imagination, but today felt like they took one more step forward into learning to be one of these top squads. Pekka, Hubi, and Motep combined to bring home the victory, and it's Motep that's going to be the MVP as voted on by y'all at event.brawlstars.com. Fantastic performance out of Motep. He's obviously the guy that we get to see on camera, and I love it, man. The whole, like, yeah, hard day's work, I'm going to sleep. See you later. Put him to sleep. Good stuff out of Motep and the boys. MVP for that man right there.
I mean, hard-earned as well, genuinely. MiniPekkas.
Yeah.
And I've said this about every team who's won today, and I feel like a broken record, but any of those players could have made it. It was really, really strong performance from FA MiniPekkas overall. Like, genuinely, firmly believe that they deserved this win.
Ark, let me hear what you're thinking. Let's go. Let me hear it.
Super enjoyable, as South America always is. I mean, that draft, though, that will be one that will be looking back, wishing that they'd banned some of those ideas out. I mean, as Trav says, there's so little you can realistically do about it. I mean, Space Station Gaming gave it a very good shot, and times I thought they might be able to claw it. But even if they did, they'd have to cycle and do that exact same thing again. It was too much to ask at the end of the day. So happy for FA MiniPekkas. It's been a long time coming, and so well deserved.
Yeah, and, you know, listen, we have fun here, no bias, but I am glad to see MiniPekkas win. I love the Space Station organization, Kyle Dog, one of my favorite players down here, but at the end of the day, I just want to see different teams win. I want to see some shakeup of the competition. I want to see some competition. A lot of 3-0s on this scoreboard. I understand the bracket not really telling the full tale, Trav. I think some of these 3-0s were a little bit more competitive than they might seem.
Yeah, I mean, especially that one, Team Queso versus SSG, they could have had a couple of sets in there. And, I mean, FA MiniPekkas versus Ray DuPL as well. What a game that was, so close. And they got challenged. Like, MiniPekkas really got challenged. They could have been out in the semis. But they were just meant to get to the finals, and they were meant to win. And as you said, I'm really happy to see a new winner of a monthly final, because it gets repetitive. It gets uncompetitive. If SSG win every single month. So see MiniPekkas win, I'm really happy.
I'm sure Cow Dog doesn't mind if Space Station wins every month, but because of their dominance up until this point, Space Station Gaming are still in that #1 spot. They are still the team slated to go to Worlds. They are still the team to beat in South America. They win 70 points as a result of their victory today. MiniPekkas earn 100 as a result. So, if the same thing goes down next month, if we see MiniPekkas versus Space Station Gaming again, they're going to have to do it a couple more times. Everyone a loser for the grand finals. But I say this often. Listen, Trav knows what he's talking about. Ark is one of the best minds when it comes to Brawl Stars. I hang out. We are supposed to kind of get it right. And if we don't, that means sports happened. That means something exciting happened, because the conventional wisdom, the boring expectation was subverted. And so I'm very happy when I see all of the commentators' predictions wrong, because that means something crazy went down. And South America was crazy this month, Ark. What a wild show to watch.
Super enjoyable. It always is. And South America just brings some of the best players to Brawl. I say it every time, and they really do. I mean, just it's super. Some of the drafts here and there, I'm a bit unsure of, but the plays are what matters, in my opinion, right? And I kind of wish in that last prediction I'd taken a little bit of a leap out of Trav's book and did like I've just got a feeling type moment. Didn't do it. It cost me.
Well, Ark, why don't you bring us to the play of the day? You're bringing up some good plays. Let's look at the play of the day.
I mean, look at this. I mean, we're speaking of the best plays in the world, you know, coming out. This is Firecrew at his very finest, isn't it, really? I mean, who doesn't love a trick shot? But when the trick shot looks this good, I mean, look at that. It really was wonderful. Pekka couldn't quite reach even with the max pick that he had. And, I mean, I can watch this all day long. And, I mean, some of the plays in this very matchup as well were just amazing. I mean, the Piper pop-offs in that first set of Heist was honestly unbelievable as well. Very worthy of it in all its glory, too. But, I mean, what a way to score a goal if there ever was one.
It's always fun for me. Brawl Ball is cool because you got to take the intelligence and the knowledge you know about Brawl Stars, but you also the way you got to play this. It's not exactly football, right? It's close to it. You have to have a whole different discipline along for the ride. And so very impressive to find that angle, know how it's going to bounce, know that the opposition doesn't have the speed to get that. And it's just fun to watch, Trav. So a great kind of exclamation point on what has been a fantastic day for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to see a play of the day like that, something a bit more special. And just, you know, it's cool to get 3 kills. It's cool to, you know, wipe the whole opposing team. But if you get a nice little trick shot like that, you're going to impress me.
Ark, we're about to say goodbye. So last licks, what do you got to say to the fans at home?
Just again, you know, the BSC just keeps on giving. When you think you know what's going to happen, something comes up to change things. And I think going to next month now in South America, oh, it's going to be so juicy to see that battle for that #1 spot now really take its form. And we're not done yet as well. We've got North America coming up, one of my favorite regions, and I just cannot wait to see how that unfolds. I mean, STMN have got a massive task on their hands here today.
Very true. That's at 1:30 PST. You don't want to miss it. That said, that does it for us here on the South American region. That does it for us here, me, Trav, and Ark as well. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you so much for the important people that helped put on the show. Thank you so much to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and thank you so much, Brawl Stars. Hang in for North America. We'll see you next time.
An aggressive push coming forwards, checks your hands, the mute nice splash there from Brian, and the ball trickling, but shooting off the line, and it is
SSG, the nail in the coffin. 3-0, his teammates are fall down.
disgusting. I mean, absolutely disgusting. Really put it out. Pick up your feet. What are you doing? Oh, you're like this. You can't do that.
18, 2 away from the goal, but it's going to be Cowdog that finds the answer back. Tied at 18, 5 seconds going down, and it's going to be MiniPekkas. Still able to make this happen, though. Pekka shows up, and just like that, MiniPekkas, they take a bad situation, they turn it into their own, they take the set, and they turn South America into their own. MiniPekkas take down Space Station, and they are your monthly finals victors.